Hello and welcome, my beautiful friends. My name is Lawal, and today's video I'll be teaching you how to build this beautiful Dropbox clone with SvelteKit and Firebase. If you've never used SvelteKit before, if you've never used Firebase before, or if you've never used SvelteKit and Firebase together before, this video is for you. This video is going to act as an introduction video, completely beginners friendly to SvelteKit. You're going to learn how to use Svelte, you're going to learn how to use SvelteKit, and most importantly, you're going to learn how to build web applications the right way. So I'm going to teach you things like server-side rendering. You're going to learn form actions. You're going to learn a whole lot of cool stuff in this one build. So this video is definitely one to watch. So without wasting any time, let's get onto the tech stack. So for the framework, of course, we'll be using SvelteKit. And since we're using SvelteKit, we'll be using Svelte. So you're going to be learning Svelte as well. For the styling, we'll be using Tailwind CSS because of why not? Why style our application any other way? For the component library, we'll be using Shad-cn Svelte. Now, I want to take a moment to appreciate the guys at Shad-cn Svelte that are working on this beautiful component library. From the guys in Melt UI to the guys in Bit UI to the guys that work directly on Shad-cn Svelte, I just want to say a big thank you. I can see that you guys just released the new component, new calendar components, which I absolutely love. So thank you very much. I love your work. For the toast notification, we'll be using this beautiful library called Svelte French Toast. I absolutely love it. As you can see, it was inspired by React Hot Toast, but we don't talk about that here. Example, as you can see, we have the success, we have the error, promises as well. Just a beautiful toast library. So big thank you to the guys that worked on this as well. Really appreciate this library. And for our backend, we'll be using Firebase. So I also want to thank Google as well for for building this masterpiece of an infrastructure. So thank you very much. Yes, let's not waste any more time. Let's have a demo of the application. So this is the landing page. This is the page a person comes to when he first visits the application, and this is the page a person gets redirected to when he signs out. So I'm not signed in, so that's why I'm on this page. If I click on this get started now button, sorry, I have a little bit of cough, sorry. As you can see, it prompts me to sign in with Google. I can choose an account. I can choose that first one, and it will show successful redirecting notification right here, and bam, we are redirected to the dashboard. And in the dashboard, I can see at the top part here, it says drag and drop a file here or click to add files. So I can click here to add files. I can click on this beautiful cat image and I can open. So we have this notification telling us that it's uploaded successful, and the file has been added here. So as you can see, this is the file here. I can rename it. I can say cat image. That's not spell cat image 1, like that. And I can save changes, edited successful. As you can see, the file name has been changed as well. I can download the file. So if I click on download, you can see it takes us to another page, and we have the cat image right there. And I can also delete the file. So I can click on this delete icon. Are you sure you want to delete this file? Yeah. Click on delete, and you can see deleted successfully. And from the prompts that we have at the top, it says drag and drop a file here or click to add files. So we've clicked to add files. Let's try the drag and drop here functionality. So I'm just going to open up my file manager, and I'll drag this other cat image. So you notice as I get into that view, we have this highlight. So as you can see, it's very nice. I can drop the file here, bam. See uploading, and as soon as it's uploaded successful, we have it update right there, just like that. And I can rename this to cat image 2. I can from cat image 1 to cat image 2, like that. Save changes. We have that right there. Beautiful. Let me show you one other thing. If I try to upload a large file, let's say this one piece episode 620, and I try to upload it, it's pretty large. So if I click on open, we have this notification telling us error, whatever size exceeds 10 MB. So you won't be able to upload the file that exceeds 10 MB. It's got to be 10 MB or below. So that's just a little check that we put into place to avoid people from uploading large amount of files and taking up our file storage quarters, because of we do have like a limit on Firebase cloud storage, so that we don't exceed that limit. Because once we exceed that limit, then we're going to have to pay, and we don't want to have to pay, and we want to be able to use this app for a long time. Show it off to potential employers and things like that. So that's just a very nice check that we can put into place. And we're going to be adding dark mode and light mode. So right now we're on the dark mode. I click on this button. Wow, that's so bright. This is the bright mode. I don't know who uses bright mode, but we'll be showing you how to do this as well. This is another very cool feature from Shad-cn and Svelte that we can easily integrate into our applications. So yeah, a big shout out to the guys that worked on Shad-cn and Svelte. And I can delete this file as well. So I can just delete this file. Deleted successful, and I can sign out. So I can click on this sign out button. But before I click on this sign out button, I want you to remember this URL. It says dashboard. Yeah, right. So I'll copy this and then I'll sign out. So what happens when I try to go back to that URL? Dashboard right there. Click on enter and let that reload. So as you can see, it completely redirects us. We don't even get to that page. It doesn't go to that page and then checks it. It just knows that we are not signed in and we remain on this page. So we're using middlewares in this build. So you're going to learn how to use SvelteKit hooks. That's what we call them, SvelteKit hooks. But they are not. It's not the other type of hook that you might be thinking. It's basically middlewares. So if I click on the get started now button again, and this logo is redirecting us to the home page, right? So if you check on the logo and you check around the bottom left, you see that it's to localhost. Let me sign in again so that I will show you guys another cool feature. So when we are signed in, we can't actually come to the home page. So as you can see, this is redirecting us to the home page. But if I click on it, I remain on this dashboard page, and that's because of, again, it knows that we are signed in and it's checking that, oh, you are signed in. You shouldn't be on the landing page. You should be here. So if I click on it, you can see there's no redirecting, there's no loading. It just knows that we are signed in and it keeps us on the dashboard. And if you are not signed in, it knows that we are not signed in. And if you try to go to the dashboard, it doesn't let us in. So that's another beautiful feature you'll be learning. You'll be learning hooks. Again, not anything like the other type of hooks. They are basically equivalent to middlewares. So this is basically everything we'll be learning. You're going to be learning all these nice cool functionalities. It's going to be packed. I hope you enjoy it. And before we start, I'll really appreciate you if you can hit the subscribe button. If you can, let me know the things you would love me to build in the future. I do really appreciate you guys. I see your comments and I really appreciate them. But again, without wasting any more time, let's get into building. So what I want you to do now is to go to this SvelteKit landing page, or their documentation, I mean. So kit.svelte.dev. Scroll down and get this command. Open up your terminal and paste this command. I'm using pnpm, so I'll change this to pnpm, and I'll change this to Dropbox Clone, and I'll click enter. So this shouldn't take time. Just give it a few minutes. So we are now prompted. It tells us which Svelte app template we want to use. Choose the skeleton project using TypeScript, of course. Add the ESLint. Click the spacebar to pick the ones you want. We'll be using add ESLint and Prisia. And very soon we'll be using Svelte 5, and this build not now, not yet. And that's it. That all has been done. But we're not going to run up and run the pnpm install now. What I want you to do is run this command. So I'm going to go to Shad-cn and Svelte now because they have something nice that I want to show you. There's this package called Svelte add that enables us to add some Svelte package easily, like for example Tailwind. So I can click on the Tailwind part Go back to my terminal, go to cd Dropbox clone because I need to be in that directory now, and I'll click on this npx svelte add at latest Tailwind CSS. So this will set up Tailwind CSS for you completely. You don't have to do any other thing. Since I'm using PNPM, I'll change this to PNPM DLX. And this doesn't work with all packages. There are just a few um, packages it works with. So Tailwind is one of them. Just a few seconds more, and yeah, it's done now. So now that it's done, we can now run pnpm install, because of when we actually run all this command, we actually get like their package.json. We don't get the node modules. So for the Svelte kit installation, we didn't get the node modules, and for the Tailwind installation as well, we didn't get the Tailwind package installed in our project. So what we need to do to install everything is to just run npm install yarn install or pnpm install, whichever one you're using. Since I'm using pnpm, I'll just run pnpm install. I paused my recording and now I'm back and it has all been installed. So it shouldn't take, like, let's say 2 minutes. It took about 2 minutes for me. I don't know how long it's going to take for you, depending on your internet speed, but it's pretty fast. Yeah, now it has been installed. Now what I want to do is to open this in my editor. My editor shows this Visual Studio Code, and I'm just going to guess that that's probably yours. It's crazy popular. So I'll click on this open folder, and I'll go to tutorials, and yeah, I'll click on Dropbox Clone and I'll select folder, and it should open that folder in my VS Code just like that. Now we have the folder opened. I don't have any file selected, that's why we have this blank page here, but the folder has been opened right here. If I click on my Explorer, go to my SRC, go to my routes, and go to my page, we have this page right here. Now I'm going to run this so I can actually see this in the browser. And to actually run this, what we have to run is pnpm dev. That's for me using pnpm, and for the other cool guys using pnpm. For the caveman using npm, you have to run npm dev or whatever you guys have to run. And for the guys using yarn, you can run yarn dev. So I'm just going to run pnpm dev. So pnpm dev, like that, and I'll click enter. So that should start up the server on the ports 5173, if I'm not wrong. So we'll check it out in our browser. 5173 right here. If I check my terminal, okay, it's not started yet. Give this a second. Boom, there, 5173. Check my browser, reload. That as well has been started. As you can see, welcome to SvelteKit, blah 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 blah. Very similar to what we have here. Pretty much the same thing. And you also notice that Tailwind has been, I'll say, set up automatically. As you can see, this is at the base styles. If you know Tailwind, you know that that's what you get. And that's because of that Tailwind, that Svelte add that we used. So it didn't just add SvelteKit, it set up Tailwind for us. So we have our app.pcss. So don't be confused if you see PCSS, it's pretty much post CSS. So you can use the post CSS syntax or styles if you want. We'll not be using any post CSS, but you can actually just leave it like this. That's not an issue. But we have these base styles added for us. We have it added here in our layout as well. So everything has been set up for us. That's why I love using that Svelte add. So there. The one thing that I want to do before we moving on to building the project is actually explaining how SvelteKit routing works so that we are all in the same page. So I'm going to increase this part just so I can explain this very well. So the most important place when you're building a SvelteKit application is your SLC folder. Just note that this SvelteKit .SvelteKit folder here is it's pretty much auto generated every time you run up your SvelteKit application. So if I delete this and I kill my terminal and I run my terminal again, this folder will be created again. So don't bother about this folder. This node modules folder is well where all our modules are kept. Don't bother about this folder as well, but don't delete it. Keep this folder. Unlike this one that is regenerated, this one won't not be. To regenerate this, you're going to have to install all the packages again. So leave this the way it is. The static folder is where we keep again our static files, and the SRC, as I said before, the most important place in your SvelteKit application. This is where you'll be working most of the time. So we have our app.postcss right here. We have our app.html right here. So this is you don't have to bother about this as well. The app.d.tss as well. You don't have to bother about this for now. When we get to that stage, I'll let you know what this does. But we have the route folder here. Now the route folder is where all our routing happens. The first file you see here is the plus layout.svelte file. This is what we call the root layout. So meaning that any UI that's in this file would show across our application. So that is the root layout. And we have the root page, which is this page. Just localhost column 5173. There is no slash anything. So as far as there's no slash anything, that's our root page. So to create a route, all we have to do is create a folder called, let's say, about. Now that we've created a folder called about, we can navigate to this route using an a tag. So unlike other JavaScript frameworks where we have to import some link component in SvelteKit, we can just use the native HTML a tag. So I will just say about here, and I'll give it the href of slash about, like that. And if I go to my app and I click on this about link, you see it takes me to this 404 not found. And the reason why it takes me to 404 not found is because of, even if I have this about folder, I don't have anything inside it. And there's one special file I must have inside every folder in order to make it a route, which is the plus page.svelte file. So plus page.svelte file. So this file is what makes this route. I can say each one, this is the about page. If I check this in my browser now, you see this is the about page. I can go back and I can click on the about link one more time, and this is the about page, just like that. So I can create more routes in this manner, and in every folder I can have a plus layout.svelte file as well, and that's going to be the layout for that directory. So I can have a plus layout.svelte file in this about folder, and I can have like more routes inside this about folder. That's going to make them sub routes of this route, and that layout file is going to show throughout those folders as well, but it's not going to show in the home page. So what I'm trying to say is I can have something like this in this about folder. I can have a plus layout dot svelte, yeah, and I can say this is the about layout. And one thing I have to put here in order to make this render the children is the slot. So I can just say slot like this. And I can have another route here. So inside the about folder, I can have another route called me. And in this me, I would have a plus page.svelte. I say this is about me, and in my about page, I'll have a link to go to the me. So I'll say slash about slash me like this. The last thing I'll do here is to go to the root layout, and I'll say this is the root layout here. This is the root layout. Go to our home page. So what we see here is this is the root layout, because of that we wrote that in the root layout, in the very root layout, and in the plus page that's spelled, because we have all these extra things here. I'm just going to remove this so we don't actually see them. I'll just say this is the root page. Now that will make more sense. As you can see, this is the root layout, and we have this is the root page. I can now click on this about, click here, and we go to the about route. But you see that this is the root layout still stays there. But now added to that root layout, we have this is the about layout as well. But you see that we don't have this is the root page there, because of now we are no more in that route. But because we are inside that layout, it persists. Now we have this is the about page. So if I click on the me, I class one that I added the me there. Let's go to the this. Okay, yes, I didn't add a text. I can say me like that. So now shows. But now we have this me right here. If I click on this me, I want you guys to try to guess what's going to happen. Well, what's going to happen is we're going to go to the about slash me, and there we're going to have this is the root layout. We'll have this is the about layout, and then we'll have this is me, but we won't have this. This is about page. So if I click, bam, we have this is root layout. It persists. This is the about layout, also persists, and then this is about me as well. And if we add a layout inside this me folder, then plus layout dot svelte, and I said this is the me layout. But what's going to happen is that this is going to have you see, we can actually read this. We can actually read all this one line stuff. So what I'll do is put this in divs, so automatically they will just be blocks. Sorry. So I'm going to do this all this for the text, and then I'll come back. So I'm going to do it so I don't waste your time. I'm going to pause the video now. So now I've placed every single one of them in a div, so they wrap. Now we can actually see it better. And in this me folder, I have a link to the home page. So let's see, home page like this, and nice. Go to the home page, and we'll start from the beginning. So what we see here is this is the root layout, this is the root page, exactly. A link to go to the about page. Click on the about page. We have this is the root layout, this is the about layout, and this is the about page. Now we have a link to go to me, and I click on me. But then we have this is the root layout, we have this is the about layout, and this is me layout. But for some reason it's not rendering this. This is me. Let's see why. Okay, as I said before, in the layouts we have to have a slot. So if you don't have a slot, it's going to render the layouts, but it won't render the children or the or other routes in that folder. So we have to have slots here. And now that we have slots, come there. Now we have this is me, and we have home page. So I can go back to the home page, and I can restart this thing over and over again. As you can see, that's how routing works in Svelte. Yeah, I hope you guys understood that. If you didn't understand it, don't worry. As we move on building the application, you're going to get it. But apart from the plus layout the Svelte and the plus page the Svelte files that we also have more files. We have one of them is the plus page the server JS or TS in our case since we're in TypeScript. Sorry. So I can say plus page dot server dot ts, and this is where we can create our server load functions and our form actions. So I can say kit load like this, and if you're wondering how I did this, is I have an extension. So I'll just show you guys that now. A SvelteKit extension. So Svelte, this one right here. No, not this one. This one right here. Right, this Svelte for VS Code. So install this, and you have all these nice emits that I'm using here. So I can just do kit load, and it will give me this. And this is basically where we keep our load functions. This is where we run them. And for our form actions, I can say kit actions, and I can get the form actions as well. Yeah. So this is where we do basically server side rendering in Svelte and SvelteKit. For API endpoints, we can create a plus server.ts or JS if you're using JavaScript file. And in here, we can basically have server endpoints. So I can say kit endpoints, and I can choose whether it's get, post, put, patch, or delete. So I can just use post, and I can get rid of this part here. I don't need this since I'm using Visual Studio Code and I have the extension installed. So I can have export const post, and I can do post requests here. I can do sketches, I can do whatever, but I can build my endpoints in SvelteKit using this. So this would actually refer to the slash, so meaning that it refers to the home page. If I add this plus server.ts file in my about and I want to hit that endpoint, I'll make a push request to slash about, and then I'll tell you that it's a post that I want to do. So, and we actually have more things concerning um, routing, and we have more files actually, but so that we don't make this video all about routing, this is enough for this build. And if we need to learn anything more, I'll teach you on the way. But for now, this is all you need to know about routing in Svelte. It's absolutely easy. As you can see, one thing that you might have noticed is that we didn't have to start any boilerplate nonsense when we start writing our code. We just straight off, we can just start writing code straight off like that. So that's another beautiful thing about SvelteKit, is that it reduces boilerplate to the bare minimum, like very little, almost no boilerplate, in SvelteKit. So yes, I'm just going to delete all of these files that we don't need now. The page, the server, we don't need that for now, and this about routes, we don't need it as well. Yeah, continue. You're allowed to delete it. That is all for the routes. And for the libs folder, well, this is also an important folder. But this is where we'll be keeping our components, we'll be keeping our utility files, we'll be keeping any of those extra files that we don't want to, mess up our routes with. And one other thing that I'll let you to know is that you can do co-locations here in the route. So you can create any file here. As far as it's not a special file, Svelte is going to ignore it. So SvelteKit will ignore any file you put here that is not one of these special names like this plus page plus layout plus Svelte or any of those files. So I can actually put like a component folder here and put a file called header.svelte and use it right inside this route. And it's not going to be like a route because SvelteKit is going to ignore it. It knows that that is not a route because of it doesn't have any of those special folders in them. So that's how I can do co-locations in my SvelteKit applications. But I don't prefer doing that way. I prefer creating a component folder in this SRC and having all my components there. That way it's a lot nicer and a lot cleaner. What I'm going to do next is divide my screen. So the one side will be for my editor and the other side is going to be for my browser. That way you can easily see both of them. Easy, no problem. Just like this. I'll go to my root layout file. So now we're going to start building. I'll get rid of this. The first component that we're going to build here is going to be the header component. So before I build it, I'll go to my leaves folder as I told you. And what I want to do is create a component folder and create my header file there. But before doing that, I want us to set up Shad-cn Svelte. Even though we're not going to be using any components now, but I want you to set up all these things for me, like create the component folder and all that stuff. So I'll create the copy the command for Shad-cn Svelte here. I can easily create a new terminal by clicking on this plus button, and I can move that terminal to this side here. So this terminal here is running our application, and this one is what I'm using for my installations. So again, I'm using pnpm, so pnpm dlx. So now it's prompting us. Running this command will install dependencies and overwrite your existing tailwind.config.cgs, js, or ts, and our app.css file. I'll say yes. We're going to go with default. We're going to go with Slate. They asked us, where's your global CSS file? src app.pcss. If I'm not wrong, that is where it is. So I'll just click enter. Where is your tailwind.config file? Is it CGS? Let's check that. And yes, it's CGS. So I just click on enter. Configure the import alias for components. Sure. Configure the import alias for utils. Sure. Write configuration to component.json. Proceed. So I'll say yes. Project installation complete. Don't forget to add the alias you configured to your svelte.config.js. We didn't configure any alias, so we don't actually have to do anything. But one thing you will notice now is that in the libs folder, we now have a components folder, which is empty for now, and we have a utils file, which has a couple of utilities classes that we don't have to bother about. But I just wanted Shad-cn to create the components folder for me so that there's no um issues. Maybe I didn't spell component right or anything like that. So yeah, in the components folder now I can create the header file. So I can say header.svelte. It must end with svelte, header.svelte. That's how Svelte knows that this is a Svelte file. So I'll say header, header. We want to use semantic HTML, and I'll say h1. This is the header, and I'll go back to our layout, and at the top of the slot, so I want to render it at the top. So I'll come to the top of the slot and I'll say header like that, and that should auto import from here. And one thing I also want to add here in this script is lang equals to ts to indicate that I'll be using TypeScript. Now divide my editor one more time. Go to the browser where okay. So just give that a second. Refresh. And now we have this is the header showing here. So control click on that header component to go to the header file, and we can start building the header. The first thing we're going to have is the logo. So we'll have a form of like some logo here, and then right under the logo we'll have an avatar, and right after the avatar we'll have a log out. That's for those that are signed in. If they are not signed in, they won't see this avatar or this logout. So this avatar and the logout are conditional, depending on whether the user is signed in or not. But this logo will show every time. So we're going to create a logo component. So I'll come to this component folder in there, and I'll just say logo.svelte like that. I have with me this file, this SVG file. You can get this from the GitHub. The link to the GitHub will be in the description. So instead of just using like an image or something like that, I'm going to copy the SVG completely. I'll come back to my logo.svelte. I'll have an a tag. The href will just go to the home page, and in the a tag I will have a span, and I would have a p tag. The p tag will say drop box. And in order to see all this being rendered, we'll go to the header and we'll import the logo components. And again, we have to change the script tag to lang is equals to ts because we're the ts. And we might forget, and then that might cause some errors when we try to use some TypeScript in the script tag. So now you can see we see the Dropbox right there. In this span tag, I can just paste the SVG. So I can actually use an image tag, but I don't use an image tag. I'll just pop the SVG directly inside there, like that. And in the span, I can have a class that says width 12, height 12, flex, item center, justify center, and I'll say a BG of hash 0000F0, and I'll close my square box, and just like that we have this background color with the Dropbox um, logo inside it. And as you can see, the Dropbox is kind of dropping to the bottom. I want them to be side by side. So I'll come to the A tag, give this a class of flex, item center, like that. That should be nice. I want to make an add here is a gap, so we can see a gap of 2. And I'll go to the Dropbox text, so that'll be the p tag. I'll give a font of bold. Let's go with bold, and I'll capitalize. Yes, I can actually just capitalize this by myself, but I prefer to use the CSS, and then I can increase the size a bit and the text XL, like that. Now we have this nice logo right here, and we can use this component anywhere we want to use it. So I'll get rid of all this, and I'm just going to pretend that the user is logged in. So we'll be creating the components that will show on the header when the user is logged in. So after the logo, we'll have a div. In this div, we'll have an avatar, and then we'll have the button to sign out. If you go back to Shad-cn Svelte, you notice that they have a couple of components, and in there, one of them is an avatar. So I'll come to the code side, and this is how they use the avatar. So I'll just click on the install, open my terminal. Remember, we have one running the app and we have one for installing things. So I'll just paste right there, and I'll change this again to npm dlx, and I'll install the avatar components. Now that the avatar component has been installed successfully, I can just come to this usage, copy their import here, paste it in my script tag, copy their usage, and post it in this div tag here. And I'll change this to whatever, just like this. And another component I want to install is the button component. So go to the button component, go to the usage, and one nice thing that you can do is just run npx Shad-cn svelte at latest add, and then don't put any components. And then when you click enter, it will give you a list of all the components that it offers, and then you can select on all of the ones you want to use on your application and install all of them right away. But we'll be doing them one by one, so I'm showing you how to go about it. So pnpm dlx will install the button. So now that we have both components installed already, I'm just going to pop the usage here for the button as well, right under the avatar. I'll change it from an outline to ghost. the variant should be ghosts. Go back to our app, and you see that things are coming together, but slowly. But let's keep on going on. In this button text, we just write sign out. So sign out, and wait for that a little bit. Now we should have a sign out button right here. But again, they are folding. I want them to be on the same what they call it. Is it row? Yes, I want them to be on the same row. And so to do that, I can go to the header. I can say class, and I can just say flex, which is going to put them in a row. I can say item center. It should make them align better. And then I'll say justify between, because I want to spread them all over the screen like that. And to end it, I'll just say bg background. And to make sure that this header is sticky at the top, I'll say sticky, then top 0, left 0. So you might not see the impact of those styles now, but by the time we create more components and this overflows, when we scroll, you see that the header just remains at that position. For the sign out button and the avatar component, they are also folding. So we'll fix that the same way we fix the header. I've given this a flex. Now they are on the same, but now we can say item center to make sure that they align perfectly. And yeah, we can give this a gap, so a little bit of space, so it's a gap 5. And I like that, just like that. And just like that, we have the header components built already. I can go back to the layouts. I can see that the header component is rendered here. If I remove the header component from the layouts and I go to the page and I click the header component here and I import it here, you'll see that it's still going to show, but it's not going to persist throughout our application, meaning that if I go to the dashboard page, you won't see it. I have to put the header component on the dashboard page as well, which is not ideal. So since we want this to persist all over our application, the best place to put it is in the layout, just like that. Now moving on, we'll go to the root page. I will start building the landing page. So create a div. In the div, this div is going to have a background. So give this div a class of bg hash 1e1. So 1e1 and then 919. That's the X code, just like that. And in that div, we'll have another div. So as you can see, it's come together little by little. In that div, we'll have another div. And in this div, we'll have an h1 in this div. And this h1 is going to say securely collaborate on your content anywhere. But we can just use the text that Copilot suggests for us. Doesn't really matter. But in this div, we give this a class. So we want to change some things. First, we want to make this text to be white. And the reason why we are doing it in this div and not directly in the h1 is because of we're going to have some more tags there like p tag, and instead of giving this a text of white and giving the p a text of white, we can just give the parent a text of white and the children will inherit that style. So we can say text of white. We can also say text center. They will also inherit that, so you can see it moves to the center. I can give this a padding top of 72 pixels. So I'll say pt 72 pixels. And I would give this a maximum width of 777. Why so specific? I don't know. And then I'll give this margin left and right of auto, so it goes to the middle like that. Now outside of the h1, again we'll have a p tag as I said before, and in this p tag Again, I'll just let Dropbox suggest some text for me. You can use lorem ipsum. Text really doesn't matter. So for the text, I'll say class of text LG and margin top of 5, like that. Outside of the p tag, I'll have a button. So I'll just capital letter B if you want it to be imported from chassis and svelte components. So as you can see, we have the um, button being suggested for us here, but we'll use this one here. And I can see um, get started. So that's going to be the text. Get started now, like that. And after this get started now, we're going to have an icon. So it's going to be an ARROW. That's arrow right icon. And this arrow right icon, you might be wondering where are we going to get this from? That we have not installed any icon library, and you'll be right. But we didn't install an icon library, but Shad-cn Svelte installed an icon library for us, and we can import this from Lucid Svelte. So that's the icon library Shad-cn is using for its default styles. So I can just say Lucid Svelte like this, and now this should auto import from Lucid Svelte. If I go to the end, Control Spacebar, and now I can click this. As you can see, arrow right imported from Lucid Svelte. I can give this some styles as well. You can say class is equals to width 5, height 5. This is giving us 500 internal error, but let's just refresh that. Now that we've refreshed, the error has gone away, and if you still have error persisting in your own side, all you have to do is come here, cut the server, and then restart it. So cut it with Control C, and then run pnpm dev one more time. You should set up. Well, this is taking shape. One thing you notice is that this h1 tag right here is small. We need that to be the largest actually. So see, class on the h1 tag, say text 6xl. Make that large, just like that. And we can make this, we can see this will be on MD. That means on the normal screen it will be on anything smaller than the medium screen size, it will be text 3XL in order to make this responsive. And we can do the same for the p tag. We can say um, this will be text. What should we go with? We can go with SM, but then if it's larger than the medium size, it will be text LG, like that. Nice. The button is a bit too close to this p tag here, so we can just add class, and in this button we give it a couple of classes. We can say p6, that's a pattern of 6 to make it a little bit larger, and then we can say text would be black. Make this capital, so we'll say capitalize. I want to increase the width, the font width, so we'll say semi bold, font semi bold, and then we'll give this a margin top of 10 to give it a couple of some few pixels from the p tag. Now we have this get started now, but this doesn't look right. So the reason for that is the blue isn't as bright as this blue on the Dropbox logo. So in order to change that, we'll go to our app.postcss file, and in this file what I want to change is this primary color here. So you go to the roots and change this primary variable, and since we want to change it to the color in this Dropbox icon, you might be thinking that we can just go to the logo and not this, the logo component, and kind of copy this X value, but this won't actually work because of in Tailwind, when we're using CSS variable, it's required for us to use this format. So first we need to convert that decimal value to that format. And Shad-cn Svelte as something that helps us to do this. So we have this right here. We can just paste that. And when we paste it, we can get the HSL value here. So I can copy the HSL value there, and I can paste it right here, just like that. And now if I check my application, as you can see, the button blue color is now equivalent to the logo's blue color. One more thing that I want to do is also change the primary color for the dark as well. So go to the primary color for the dark and change this to 20 to 210 20 98. So from 40 changes to 20, like that. Nice. So now we have everything set up the way we want it. Then go back to our plus page, the svelte, and we can continue. So now outside this div that is covering the h1, the p tag, and the button, but still inside the root div, want to have a video tag, just like that. And first things first, class margin top of 10, because I want to give this some spacing, and I want to add some couple of I'll say controls here. So I'll say autoplay to be true. So I'll just say autoplay like that. And I want this to play plays in line like that. So it does that to true as well. Loop to true as well. Muted to true. So I don't actually really have to explicitly write true. I don't have to do equals to true or anything like that. If I just put it there, that is equivalent to true. But if I want to make it false, I can just say equals to false like that, and then it will be false. Sorry for the cough. And in the video tag, I can have a source. So I can SOURCE source, and in the source I can have an SRC. So this SRC you can get from, again, the code. The code will be in GitHub, and the GitHub link will be in the description below. As for me, I have it copied already, so I can just paste it right there. And as soon as I paste it, you see this thing comes out already looking extremely nice. The SRC, I'll say type to video slash mp4. And one last thing that I want to do here is to remove this SIC here. And sometimes Svelte shouts on us, sometimes it doesn't. Most times it should, but right now it's not yelling at us. But the reason why it might be yelling at you, at your side, is because of it wants you to add a track tag, and that is for what they call it, accessibility purposes. So Svelte tries to keep us in check when I'm building applications. So I'm just going to add that. I don't see the errors. I was expecting the errors. I don't see the errors, but you might be seeing the errors. So in order to keep us at the same lane, I'll just add this track of kind caption like that. Now that should refresh. And just like that, we are done with the home page. You can take this to the full screen. As you can see, what I was talking about, the sticky header, you can see that I can scroll, but the header stays at the top. It stays at that spot. It doesn't move around. And so next functionality would be to build the dashboard. So we're not adding any sign in or any Firebase, Firestore, anything yet. What we'll do is build the whole UI first, and then we'll bring the functionality later on. So remember, to create a route, I don't want to be explaining this every time. That's why I did that explanation at the beginning. But to create a route, you create a folder. So the name of the folder will be the name of the route. So dash dashboard, and in the dashboard you create a plus page dot svelte file. So in this dashboard file, oh sorry, Copilot. How do I get rid of this? Whatever. But in this file, what I want to do is to have two components in here. So I'll have a div. First component I'm going to have is the drop zone component, and the second one I'm going to have is the table or I'm going to call it data grid component right here. So the first one I'm going to build will be the drop zone component. So remember, we go to the components folder, and we don't actually use this lib. So use this UI. I mean, this UI folder is where Shad-cn Svelte is going to be installing our components that we ask it to install. So just try to avoid this UI folder so you don't mess up anything there. So, but outside of the UI folder, we'll be creating our own components. So I'll just click on the add file icon, and I'll create a drop zone component. I'll call this drop zone.svelte. And this drop zone component is where probably the most interesting part of this application is going to happen, because yeah, I'm going to be teaching you how to do drag and drop in Svelte, and not just teaching you how to do drag and drop in Svelte, but showing you how ridiculously easy it is. Like in any other framework, any other library, we might have had to install some third party something and then had to use that. Like for example, React, right? To do drag and drop in React is not impossible, but it's just outright stressful. Like it does not need to be that hard. So most of the times you just add some component library that does it for you and things like that. But adding all those extra JavaScript that your app might not need, right? So since it's just very simple drag and drop, we're going to be implementing it ourselves. And yes, there are some drag and drop components out there for Svelte that make this even more easier than it already is. But the extra JavaScript I'm trying to avoid. We'll build this ourselves. It's extremely easy, no problem. Just follow along and you're going to get it. So in the drop zone Svelte file, sorry, drop zone Svelte, I'm going to create a script, and this script is going to have a language type of TS, sorry, TS like that. And outside the script file, we're going to have our div. No to completion. Come on, whatever. And one other nice thing about Svelte is that we don't actually have to have a parent component every single time. But since I come from a React background, I usually just like to cover everything that is in a component with a div. And it's actually good practice to actually do that, so you know that okay, this component is encapsulated to this file, and you know that okay, this is the div that is covering this whole component, and you don't end up having some things mess up in your UI when you use that component in every other place. But for this case, we don't actually have to have a parent div. So I'll just have a button here, and in this button is where we're going to be doing having that drop zone. So class, first things first that we're going to do is say we want this to be width or full. And in order to be seeing this, first of all, go to the dashboard, plus place the svelte file, render our drop zone here. I'm not having the auto complete and auto import for some reason, but we can do that manually. So I just say script language is TS like this, and I will import drop zone. Okay, this is like this. As you can see, Copilot being handy when it needs to be, and I can just navigate to the dashboard. But I can come to my page here. I guess I have an a tag that says slash dashboard like this, and right here I should have a dashboard link. I can click on here and we're taken to the dashboard. I can remove that link. Go back to our drop zone component, and I can keep building. Now, as I said, a width of full, I want this to be rounded of LG, to have BG of border. So a BG of border slash 50. Again, don't try and mix them up. Height of 44, and then height of 44 is equivalent to 11 rem, and 11 rem in this case is equivalent to 176 pixels. And you might be wondering why I'm having all this little auto completion in my Tailwind CSS. And you can see, even if I over it, I can see the styles. And the reason for this is another extension, which is called Tailwind CSS Intelligence, if I'm not wrong. So Tailwind, correct, Tailwind CSS Intelligence. So you just install this extension in your Visual Studio Code editor, and bam, you have all these nice auto completions and this preview as well. So I'm gonna give this a border of 4. As you can see, it's coming together little by little. We can see it. Okay, that's a border of 4 now. The border has gotten a lot thicker. We cannot see a border of dashed, because I like those dashed borders. Now it's dashed, as you can see it. BG of let's leave it like this. This is actually very nice this way. And in the button, I can say drag and drop a file here, or click to add files, just like we saw in the demo. So drag and drop a file here, or click to add files. Kind of disappointed that Copilot didn't autocomplete that for me. It literally made me write the whole thing. It was like, bro, you're gonna write this whole thing. Now that we have that, just like that, so I can full screen. As you can see, it spans throughout the width of our screen, and we don't want that to be the case. So what we can do in this case is to come to our plus page. That's, oh shit, sorry. Come to our plus page. That's Svelte file for the dashboard, and give this some styles. So I'll say class, and I'll just give a maximum width. I'll say max width will 5XL, and then I'll say MX auto. And the reason why I'm doing the MX auto is so that you can take it to the middle, because if I didn't do the MX auto and I just gave it a maximum width of 5XL, it's going to, yes, take the maximum width is going to be, what is 5XL? I can check 5XL by overriding this, and I say that okay, it's 1024 pixels. The maximum width is going to be 1024 pixels, but it's not in the middle of the screen, which is not nice. So I can just, by giving this an MX of auto, then we're telling the browser to calculate the left and the right accordingly. So if this width is not full screen, it's going to give it even margin at the left and even margin at the right, and that's going to be calculated at the browser at all times, depending on how the browser width changes. So now that the browser width has changed and it has probably become smaller than 1024 pixels, you can see that it kind of just doesn't have any width on the left and the right, and as I decrease it even further, it just decreases nicely without any issue. It doesn't overflow or wrap, just responsive out of the box. That's why I like using that style. So next that we're going to do is actually create the table or data grid, and that is going to be a component from Shad-cn Svelte again. So as you can see, we use Shad-cn Svelte extensively in this build, and that's why I really appreciate these guys. They build I believe his name is Hunter. He also has a YouTube channel. He's the one that's in charge of this. It's a great open source library. So for the table, a responsive table component, this is basically how we use it. But it looks complicated. It's not. We just click on the installation guide, open our terminal. As for me, pnpm dlx, and we'll install that, and we'll create a new component called data grid. Right in the component folder, I'll say data grid dot svelte, and in here is where I'll just say SLC like this. Bam. Yeah, check out terminal to see how the installation is doing. Ready to install component and dependency. Proceed. Yes. Now that it has installed completely, we can go back to the um code that they gave us right here. I can copy this, just the table part, carefully. Yeah, I can paste this here, and then I want to paste copy the import as well. So copy this from here, paste this here as well, and all these errors should go away very soon. But we should have this error for this invoice part. So I can just say length of 5, and I'll say as underscore. I'm just trying to have some dominator for us that we can work with. So you can just do exactly as I'm doing. Give this a space here, and then continue. I'm just making all of these strings so they're not like values is trying to get from some array or something. Okay, this is wrong. LANGTHT. TH, not HT. So now we should have this fixed, and I can go to our page file and import data grid. Again, the auto import isn't working. We can do that by ourselves. Import like so, and I can check this in the browser. And just like that, we have our data grid added as well. And yeah, a couple of things that we're going to have changed here. Firstly, we're going to have to change all of the headers. So remove this caption thingy right here. So we can just Control L, pop it out. So it's going to remove that caption that was at the bottom. As for the head, we're going to change a couple of things. Like we'll change this part from invoice to type. The second one will be file name. The third one will be file size. We'll have the date added. And we'll actually have more. So I'll just create more. I'll say link. And I want to remove all this text right class. So pop it out like that. Create one more, and this last one I'll say delete. But this delete is not actually going to have like an header. So in order for this not to show, but I still want it to be visible to the browser, I'll say class SR only. This means screen readers only. That means it won't show normally. But if you turn on the screen reader and you're reading it, it would read this out for accessibility reasons. Like let's say somebody who's blind or some has some form of um sight impairment, it would be able to know that okay, this is the heading for the delete part of the table. Just like that, we've added that, and yeah, I believe for now this is nice, and we are pretty much done with the UI. So we have the UI for the landing page. Let's go back to the landing page. That's the root plus page. And I'll make this button, give this button an href of dashboard. That's for now, right? So if I click on this dashboard, bam, I am here. And if I click back here, bam, I'm there. So one more thing that I want to add is dark mode. Go back to Shad-cn Svelte, scroll up to this dark mode section. You can see we have to install mode watcher, which would add dark mode seamlessly to our SvelteKit application. It's pretty much minimal work, like zero work. You don't have to do anything. So just install mode watcher, pnpm, I would say add. I can actually use install, but I want to use add. Can somebody in the comment section let me know whether install and add are equivalent for pnpm? Because I've noticed that anytime I use add is a lot faster than when I use install. But yeah, mode watcher has been installed just like that. And in order to use the mode watcher, I'm just going to have to put it in our root layout file. So I'll go to the root layout here. I will import mode watcher here, and just at the top right here I can just put mode watcher like that, and it's already imported here at the top right here. Now for the usage, how to add it, so as you can see we can add this toggle, and we can also add this drop down as well, dark, light, system, whatever. We're going to use the toggle, so I can just go to the code side and I'll copy the code. I'll copy this button. I'll create another component called toggle mode. So in the component folder, oh, you can see I actually made one mistake here. This drop zone is inside this UI folder. So I'll take it out of this UI folder and I'll put it in the components folder. Yeah, you don't want to make that mistake. Now we can go back. I believe this should fix itself. It should fix the import as well, but let's check it. As you can see, it fixes the import as well. VS Code is just damn good. Well, let's go back to our components. Again, in the components, don't make the mistake of that I made of putting it in the UI folder. Put it in the components folder. I'll call this toggle mode. Toggle mode dot svelte. I have this little image that I created for myself that just creates this little nice script and div tag for me. I want to paste this here. That is the button. There like that. And as for all the imports, I'll go back, copy the imports, and I'll paste those there as well. So it's using radix icon, but since we are using lucid svelte, we can just change that to lucid svelte. And the button is being taken from this place, but ours is not existing there. Ours is existing in the, yeah, right here in the UI slash button dot svelte, like this. Now all the errors should have gone away. I will just go back to my header. And right in my header, I'll just outside here, I'll say TOGGLE. I don't know why I always spell toggle as TOO. So TTLE mode, like so. And since my auto import has just refused to work today, it's telling me that I have to do it by myself. I will use Copilot to fix that issue for me. So I have imported toggle mode from toggle mode.svelte, and I can check it out now. As you can see, we're having internal error. Refresh this, and just like that, we have dark mode added to our application. And as you can see that it knows my system preference. So my system preference is dark mode, and it knows that. So by default, it gives me the dark mode. That's until I change it to light mode, and then it gives me the light mode. I can change it back to dark mode. And one thing I want to say about the constant error messages that we keep getting from Vite is simply because of I'm using auto save, and it allows me to iterate quickly when I'm building UIs, but at the same time it might cause some little issue, errors. So if you also experiencing that as well, that you're having a lot of errors popping up when you're building, it's because of these settings. As you can see, I have autosave. You by default you probably won't have this, but if you set this up, so after delay, and my delay is pretty low. What is my delay? I don't think it's there, but my delay is like what, 1 millisecond or something. So it's very snappy, very fast. That allows me to again to iterate and build UIs faster. But it might cause all those little glitches. But I don't mind them. I just decided to tell you that. As you can see, dark mode already included. Clicking on this icon, bam, we have that. I can go back to the dashboard. As you can see, if I click on this, it takes me to the dark mode. Oh, and as you can see, the header doesn't match the body. It doesn't match the body. Yeah, it doesn't match the body. Let's fix that. We go to the app.css. Let's go to the dark. Okay, so we went to the dark primary. Let's go to the background. Let's go to the background. Yeah, and we'll change this. So I'll remove this. I'll say 0 space and then 9% space and then 11%, like that. Let's check it out one more time and let that refresh. And now it has been fixed. We have the same color as the background of the body for the header. And if I turn this to light mode, we have this. Turn it to dark mode, we have this. I can get started now. We are here. Light mode, yeah. Dark mode, yeah. Now the next part of this application will be adding Firebase. But before we add Firebase and do all this nice stuff, let's fix this header, this dashboard component, I mean, a little bit. So again, divide my application. We use this. I'll go to my drop zone. Yeah, there's some couple of things that I want to fix. First of all, in the drop zone, I want to add a variable called is dragging. So let is dragging will be equals to false, and depending on what the state is dragging is, would have a different text. So say hash if is dragging, that means if is dragging is true. I want to render drop the file here. That means if we're actually dragging it, would have drop the file here. And else, that means if it's not dragging, if it's false, would have drag and drop a file here or click to add files like this. And right after all of this, would have an input, yeah. And this input is going to be bind to this variable called file input. So say file input, which is going to be a type of HTML input element like that. And we can say bind. So I can easily just get the reference by saying bind this would be equals to file input. As easy as that. One thing I also want to make sure is that this input doesn't show. So as you can see, it's showing now. I don't want this to show, so I'll give this an hidden. And last but not the least, change the type from a text to a file. Now what I'm trying to functionality I'm trying to get here is that when we click on this button by default it's not going to open our file explorer, but by adding this input right here, it's going to do that for us. So when we click here, it should open. But now it's not opening, and that's because of, again, we've not added the functionality yet. One more thing that we can add here is say multiple to enable us to be able to pick multiple files at the same time. So now that we have that on, let's have the ability to open the file explorer when we click on this drag and drop. So we can come to the button and we can say, let me just make this a lot more readable. So yeah, at the top of the button here, I can say on column click. So now that we are able to add a click event listener in Svelte 4. In Svelte 5, there's going to be a bit of a facelift there, but right now in Svelte 4, that's how we add it. I can basically do this, right? So it's giving us the auto completion, blah blah blah. I can click here now, and if I click here, it's basically going to come here and file input or click. So click on the button, it's going to come and click on the input. That's basically what it's doing. So by clicking here, we have the file explorer open. As simple as that. But I don't like doing these inline styles personally because of God knows why. And also, we might have more functionalities added in the future. So I'll just use a function. So a function statement called undo. What should we call it? Let's call it undo click since we're just clicking, right? So undo click, and you won't have any params, none of that stuff. Basically, do this file input dot click. I can come here. I can say undo click like this. Now this does the same thing. Nothing changed. Click here. You have the file explorer opens. Now let's move to the data grid. So data grid here. There are a couple of things we want to change in the data grid. First of all, on the div that is wrapping the whole table, give it a border. I also want to make it rounded of MD. Oh, sorry. Rounded of MD, like that. MY of 10, that is margin top and margin bottom. And I will say shadow of MD as well. Like that. I'll make that light mode so we can actually see all the borders and all the shadows nicely. Yeah. Just like that. And inside of the div, we'll have an H1. And this H1 is basically going to be telling us the amount of files we have. So I would say files, and I'll just say 0 here. Or 5, since we actually have 5 showing in this static table. So we'll say 5. I'll give this a class py5, which is padding top and padding bottom of 20 pixels. So padding top 20 pixels, padding bottom 20 pixels. That's py5. And capitalize, so we can capitalize it. We'll give this a font of medium, that is a font weight of 500, and a padding left of 5, that is a padding left of 20 pixels, like that. And I like where we are right now, but I'm also going to want to check whether we have any file. So if we have no files, I don't want to show anything. I want to show like a little display that says you have no files, right? But if we do have files, I'll show the files that we have. So come to the script tag and we can say let files is equals to just an empty array. So I can basically now run this check outside of the H1. So I can run an if check. So I can do hash if, that is, and I believe that I've not actually been explaining all of this. So these are called blocks in Svelte. So I can easily just, instead of doing ternary operators or any of those funny things, I can just say hashtag if and then put my condition here. So I'm saying files dot length GTH is equals to 0. So I'm saying if the length of the files array is equals to 0, do this. Else, I can now say else column and then else, and I can say do this. So that's basically what I'm doing here, and that's how it works in Svelte. So if files dot length is equals to 0, meaning we don't have any files, our files is empty, I can have a div here, and to complete that for us, I'll cover the div here, and now we have this right here. Sorry, cover the div. So if you don't have any files, we have this. But if you do have files, we would have the table. So I'll copy the table away from here and put it right under the else, but still inside the if block, like this. So as you can see, because of the files array is empty, it tells us we do not have any files. But these are our styles that GitHub Copilot suggests for us is work. So we'll give this a height first of all, a height of 200 pixels. Yeah, like that. Does that make any better? Yes, it is a lot better now. Yeah, I think I like that, but I want to make this text XM. Remove this. I don't want it to be small. Yeah, it's a lot better now. Make that capital like that. And the second that these files actually have any item inside it is going to render this else. So if I put, let's say, one inside this, as you can see, bam, it renders the file. And remove that, it doesn't render anything. Now, since we are done with that, we'll go back to our drop zone. And now I'm going to teach you how to create drag and drop in Svelte and SvelteKit. So the exciting part has begun. Now, as we have this on click, we have other um event listeners in Svelte. So we have on drag enter, we have on drag leave, we have on drag over, we have on drop, we have pretty much more. As you can see, we have on drag end, we have on input. Pretty much, I believe all of the ones that you will ever use are here. But the one we want to use here, the first one we want to use is on drag enter. So we'll say on column, then drag enter like this. And then right here, we'll create a function that would pass inside there. So as you can see, Copilot already suggested for us. We have under drag enter, we can copy that and we can put it here. But one thing we want to do is we want to prevent default. So because this thing they have default behaviors and we don't want any of those default behaviors, we can basically do the E and then we can say instead of drag event, you can now say E dot prevent default here like this. But we are using Svelte, and if we're using Svelte, we are building apps in the Svelte way. So Svelte has these things called event modifier. So instead of doing this is a bit stressful if you ask me. We can just come right here to this on drag enter, put this, and then we can go to prevent default just like that. We can add the event modifier just like that. Put this long. I don't know what it's called. I'm so sorry. What is this called? I don't know, but we can put that and then prevent default just like that. It's basically equivalent to what I was doing before. I can remove that, and just like that will prevent the default behavior of when the drag event enters this area. When this drag event is called, we just sent it's dragging to true. That means yes, it's dragging. So the way I would display this is by actually dragging something to that area. I'll go here and I'll say this, click this, and as I enter that area, watch, you see it changed to drop the file here. And I see when I drop the file, it basically opens it for me in a new window. So when a file enters this drag zone, this drag and the drag enter would run and it's going to set is dragging to true. And if it is dragging is true, the text changes to drop the file here. But when we leave that place, as you can see, the text remains the same. It still drop the file here. To fix that, we'll create a drag leave. So basically this, so say under drag leave is dragging will be equals to false. So I'll copy this. Very similar, I'll say on column drag leave, and yeah, we'll put the drag leave, and we want to prevent defaults as well. So event modifier prevent defaults like that. And let's try that one more time. Documents, and when I enter, drop the file here. When I leave, it goes back. Nice, just like that. Well, we're also going to have to undo when we actually drop the file. Now, when we drop the file is when we want to upload the file. So we'll say function undo drop. Yeah, okay. And again, the errors are popping up because I have this auto save, and right now it's saving it, but the code is actually going to cause an error. So just pardon me. I should have probably turned it off for this build, but yeah, whatever. We have the undo drop, and the first thing we want to do is dragging will be equals to false. Yeah, correct. And we also want to run this. So say on drag um sorry, on drop, my bad, that'll be on drop. We can just run the function there, say undo drop, and again the event modifiers will just say prevent default. Now when we actually drop the files there, you'll see that it doesn't open the file in a new window like the way it was doing before. If I click here and I drop it, oh, it still opens it in the new window. But okay, let's just continue. But it's going to think change is dragging to be equals to false. When we drop the files in here, we want to get those files and then want to log them to the console so we can see the files. We will do that. First of all, we'll check if we actually dropped any file. So we just check event dot data transfer, and that's not the spell transfer. FER dot files. But we don't actually have events here, so we have to get the event from here. So say event, and event will be a drag event like this. Now we can check, we can put like a column here because this could be undefined. So say event dot data transfer dot files. If there's any files, then we'll say const dropped files. So we'll call this dropped files. And we also want to do is make an array of those dropped files. So say array dot from, and then that event dot transfer dot files. So right now in these dropped files is all these files that we dropped, but in array format. Now what we can do is like we can log it out to the console so we can see. So I can just log this out to the console. Almost like this AI can hear what I'm saying. It can hear what I'm saying and it's just suggesting it for me. Almost scary. Almost scary to that point. But yeah, we can do that now. So I can open here, Control Shift I to open the console right here. Remove all of these errors. And now let's try the drag and drop. But you see that this actually keeps opening. It keeps opening and we don't see anything log out here. And let's fix that. That it doesn't actually open and we can actually see what we logged out. The way we're going to fix that is just very simple. What we're going to do now is set drag over. So we'll say on drag over, and this drag over, what we want is to prevent the default behavior of this drag over. So we don't actually not put like a function, we just put the modifier and we'll say prevent default like this. That's going to prevent the default behavior of that. And now if I click here, you see that it doesn't redirect us, and we have the file logged out on the console. Now if I picked all these files here, Control A, and I drag them, you see 4 of them are placed in here, and you can see that they are in the form of an array. If we didn't do this array.from, we can still get the files, but it won't be in an array format. But I want them to be in an array format. That's why I did that. So if I just paste them here like this, and I took that, dropped it, as you can see, it's in this file list object, and I don't want that. So yeah, I did it to get the files in an array format. So array.form, and we get dropped files like that, and that way we've gotten all the drop files. Now we want to also add the functionality that when we click and then when we select the files, we can also get the files. So now when we select the files, nothing actually happens. To fix that, just go to the code, and we want to have a undo file select function. So when we select the files, we can undo them. So function undo file select, like so, and it keeps on reading my mind. So we have good god. So we have this undo file select here. I can copy this and I can put it right in the input. Don't worry, we'll change all the content inside the function, but for now we can just see on change on the input that we added the hidden class to. We can say on change, and we can paste the undo file select function right there. So it's basically very similar to what we want to do, but this time we're not checking for the event.data transfer.files. We'll be checking for the file input.files. That is this file input that is connected to this input. Remember, we did the bind column this, and then we put the file input there. So now we can say if file input dot files like this, then I can say const selected files would be equals to very similar to what we did array.form, and then we can log out this selected files like that, and it suggested that for me just the way I wanted them. Now let's check that. So when I click on the drag and drop something, I click on this file, I can open them, you can see it pops it up. If I click on all of them, open, it gives me all of them like that. I can remove the console log here. I'm going to remove this console log from here as well. And next, our next action here is going to be actually uploading those files. So we want to create a function that will upload those files. Since we now have the files, we can take them and we can upload them. So we'll create a function here called check file size and upload. So I just don't want to just upload these files blindly. I want to check the file size before I upload them. So I'll say function check file size and load. Please forgive me for my terrible naming. I'm terrible at naming things, so I just prefer just explicitly writing exactly what that function is. So I can have that like this, and this file size and upload function will take files, and this files is going to be an array of files like that. Now what we want to do is run a simple check to make sure that all these files are valid, make sure that all of them are within our constraint, which is 10 MB or below, and then if they are, we'll upload them. If they are not, we throw that little prompt or little error alert telling them that a file in their selected files exceeds 10 MB and none of the files will be uploaded at that point. So we can just say all files valid. This is going to be um whether it's true or false. So we're going to use the every method from the array. So we can say files dot every, meaning that we want to check if every the way this every method works. Let me explain it. Is it's pretty much checks on a condition. So it checks each item in an array. Sorry, each item in an array, and then it runs them through a check. If all of them pass the check, it's going to return true to this all files valid. Then this all files valid is going to be true. If at least one of them failed, then it's going to return false. So we have the files dot every. Then you can run this little check right here. Then in this every we have file. Then we can check. We can say if file dot size is greater than, right now we are seeing this 1000, but that's not what I want. I want to create a max size. So I'll say max size. I'm going to create this max size variable here. So I'll say max size like this, just this right here. And the reason why we are doing it in this format is so that we can easily read it and easily increase or decrease it. So right now what we are seeing is I might be wrong. Yeah, I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm not the best mathematician, but 1 byte is equals to 102. You know what? Let's ask Copilot to explain this for us. I know it, but I don't want to make a mistake. And since we have AI by our side, we can utilize it. So I can say, explain this line of code. Bam. So as you can see, it says this line of code initializes a variable called max size with a value of blah blah blah. In this context, 1024 represents the number of bytes in the kilobyte, correct? And 1024 times 1024 represents the number of bytes in the megabyte, meaning this is equals to 1 megabyte. 1024 times 1024 is equals to 1 megabyte. So multiplying 1024 times 1024 by 10 gives us the number of bytes in 10 megabytes. Now we have 10 megabytes. So the size max size variable is set to the maximum size in bytes. So again, it's in bytes that is allowed for a certain operation or constraint. So right now this is actually in bytes. So I can just discard here. This is in bytes. So that byte is equivalent to 10 megabytes. So the reason why it's better to do it in this format than actually doing this calculation and then popping it here is so that you can increase this. So now if I want 20 megabyte MB, I can just change this to 20. If I want 50 MB, change this to 50. Easy as that. So now I can say right here, file dot size is greater than max size. So if it's greater than max, I don't know actually. Right here. Okay. We're having this error, and the reason why is because of set files instead of file. Sorry. Now we have this if block. Let's complete that statement. So we said if dot size file dot size is greater than max size, we want to throw an alert. So we say alert. Yeah, basically like that, but I want to get the name of the file. So I'll say error file dot name what am I writing? NAME size is too large, and I can say like a column here. I'll say it says sorry, that's not specs, it's 10 MB like so. Now we have that, but we are still having some errors here, and because of the way I formatted this from the beginning. So let's check this line by line. So this is the opening column, the closing column. Okay, for the every we have the opening column, we have the closing column. This doesn't actually have a closing column here. So we close that, and all the errors should be gone. Yeah. So now we are checking if the file size is greater than the max size. We do the alert and then we return true like that. But if that was not the case, we'll just return false. And now we can have another if right here. And this if is going to be checking for if all the files are valid, we will upload the files here. Now, that's basically what we're going to do. And in order to upload the files, we're going to have a function called undo uploads. So, another function. We're not going to call it upload files. We're going to call it undo uploads. Up. That's not to spell uploads. Instead of changing this by myself, what I can do is use this little extension that I have that just helps me fix all of these bad spellings that I'm usually used to. And the name of that extension is, if I'm not wrong, so let me just show you guys. So if you are also terrible at spelling like me, you can get this extension to save your life. I believe it's, yes, code spell checker. It's going to check for your terrible spelling and help you out. Now, in this undo uploads function is where we upload the files. So if this was valid, if all files were valid, we will run this undo uploads and then we'll pass all of the files to it. Yeah. So since we don't actually have anywhere we're uploading them to, we will leave this as such. And one more thing we'll do here is we want to add some more styles when we are dragging and dropping. So when I actually drag this file here, you can see that the styles doesn't change, just the text. It shows drop the file here and that's all. But I want to add more. So what I'll do here is use this cn utility function that Shad-cn Svelte creates for us. If I go to my utils file, I'll see a function that's been created called cn. This one right here. So as you can see, it's just a combination of the TW merge package and the CLSX utility class as well. So you just merged both of them, meaning that we can use multiple Tailwind CSS classes without actually having merge conflicts. So instead of using just CLX or using Tailwind merge, we can use both of them together and have the best of both worlds. So in order to use it, I'll put our class here, columns, and then right at the front I can say cn, and cn will be imported from the utils right there, like this. And once it's imported, I can cover this, my parentheses, and after we've written the default styles, like right after the default styles, I can say comma, and then I can start putting my optional styles. But this thing actually imports, auto import now. I believe that should auto import now. Let me check. Yes, it auto imports. And now I can have my optional styles that I want to add. So the optional style that I want to add is I want to check whether it's dragging. When it's dragging, I want to have a little background change and some other nice stuff. But when it's not dragging, it's going to have this default style. So I can say column and I can say is dragging like so. So basically the way it works is that you can actually write this in multiple ways, but this is how I write mine. So it's dragging is true. This class will be added. Simple as that. So I can say a BG primary of opaque 0.5. So it's going to be a BG primary, but it's going to have an opacity of 0.5. And then I also want to change the border to primary as well. So now error again. You know what? I'm going to turn off the autosave because it's becoming troubling. I turn it off, and now it won't automatically save for us. We have to save it by ourselves. But don't be surprised if I forget to save this like a million times and I'm thinking that something's wrong with my code. I usually forget to save the files. Now it's refreshed completely, and now I can click on this file. Now watch what happens when I enter the area. It drops an area. Just bam, you can see that nice, very distinct, different style. And we know that alright, we are in the drop area. I can drop the file here, and if I drop the file here, nothing happens because of now we don't actually have the upload functionality. But as you can see, we are already we are in a good position to actually add that. This is very nice. I can take the whole files. I can control A every single one of them. I can move them there. So drop the file here. I should probably have that in plural. So I can say drop the file. I can just put like a bracket and say S, because if there's a possibility that it can be more than one file. So drop the files here and I'll save this. And that's far better. Now is looking like a very good time for us to add Firebase. So Firebase. Now this is one is going to be powering our backend, as I said before. The first functionality that we want to add to this is would be authentication and authorization. So only authorized and signed in user will be able to get to the dashboard. If you are not signed in, you will remain here. And if you are signed in, you don't actually need to see this page. So we will prevent you from going to that page. And then in order to do this in like a server manner in a privileged environment, we have to use Firebase admin, because Firebase was kind of created to work on clients, right? It was created to work to have things that work on the browser. It does this on all state change observer and all those things. All those things work on the browser. They don't work on the server. So if we want to have all these features to work on the server, we're going to have to use Firebase admin, and we're going to have to set all this up by ourselves. So what I want you to do for now is actually to create a Firebase project. So go to the console. I'll teach you how to use Firebase admin. If you've not used Firebase admin before for authentication, I'll teach you how to do that. So let's go to the server. You click on add a new project, enter a project name. We can just say Dropbox YT for YouTube. Continue. Enable Google Analytics, whatever. Select an account, default Firebase account, and it's creating your project. Please wait. We're gonna actually also use this time to appreciate the new updates that has been made to the Firebase website and then documentation. As you can see, these illustrations are looking a lot better, and we also have dark mode now, which is a feature that I just feel like every web app should have by default. So now we just click on that, and it should redirect us to our dashboard. Now we are on our dashboard. Get started by adding Firebase to your app. First, we want to do here is click on this web, because we are building for the web. Click on the web part, and then we can just basically give the app nickname. We can have the same name as we added when we created the app. So you can say Dropbox. Nothing is clicking. Dropbox YT. Nope, we're not using Firebase hosting, and I'll just rest the app. And now we have add Firebase SDK, npm install Firebase, copy, open our terminal to the side where we are installing packages, changes to pnpm, and change install to add. And mind you, again, pnpm will work with pnpm pnpm install, but I like to use add just because of I feel like this could just be me, but I feel like when I use add, it's a lot faster, a bit faster, not a lot, but I can feel the little difference. Now I'll just copy this clipboard. Now remember to copy this. And if you didn't copy this, and let's say you clicked on continue to console, you can get that from your project settings. You just go to the project settings, and when you are in the project settings, scroll down, and I believe the thing should pop here. Give it a second, just like that. Yeah, so you'll see it here as well. So if you didn't copy it, or by mistake you left that place without copying it, you can get it here as well. So don't freak out. Now that Firebase is being installed, one other thing that we're going to have to install is the Firebase admin as well, so that we can do all those nice things that I talked about and do them in a privileged environment like on our node server. Firebase is installed successfully, and now we can install Firebase admin. So pnpm add firebase dash admin and click enter. Firebase admin installed successfully as well. Now let's initialize our Firebase application. Go to the src list folder. In the list folder, create a file called firebase config.ts, and those stuff you copied that last time, you can just paste them there like so. So as you can see, initialize the app, get analytics as well, and then the Firebase config is right here. And then we can initialize the Firebase app, and this analytics is going to be throwing error because number one, we're not actually using the variable, so there's no need to assign it. And number two, analytics runs in the browser environment, and because of hydration, that might cause some error. So in order to fix that, we can just say if browser, and this browser is going to be gotten from app/environment here. So if the auto import didn't work for you, you can just write this by hand by yourself, and we're just checking whether we are in the browser, and it's only when we are in the browser that we'll initialize the analytics, so that doesn't cause any error. And even for this Firebase application as well, sometimes because of we have all these meta frameworks, and Firebase really wasn't built for all these meta frameworks, we might have issues like it might try to initialize the app twice or more than once. And when we try to when it's initialize the apps more than once, that can cause error. Can cause a lot of errors actually. I know that firsthand. So what we can do is use this get apps from Firebase. Now we can just import that, copy get apps here, and we can come right here from Firebase slash apps and paste that here. So get apps from Firebase, and what we can do with this get apps is check the length of the apps. So you're just going to check all the lengths, all our apps that has been initialized. So we check the length. If get apps.length is equals to true, then that means we have already initialized the application. So instead of initializing it again, we just run get app. This time no s is there, just app, and this will be from Firebase slash app as well. Else, then we initialize the application. So go through this get apps.length. It checks for the length. If the length is more than 0, then we just get the app. We don't initialize the app again, so we just get the app. But if the length was 0, then we have not actually initialized any app, then we would initialize the app. So that's just to prevent any errors from happening. And in here we can export some couple of things. We can say const auth will be equals to get auth, and this get auth is going to be from Firebase Firebase auth, not from Svelte store. So remove this. My auto import isn't working for Firebase now, probably because we just installed it. But we can install this. We can import this by hand. We can say get auth from Firebase, and we can also have for the DB as well. So we can say const will be equals to, that will be get Firestore, and it keeps on importing this store rubbish. So I can again no auto import. We can just do that by hand, but Copilot makes it a lot easier. And lastly, we want to initialize the storage as well. So we can see const rege storage will be equals to get storage. Please don't bring Svelte. In fact, I'll write this by hand. So get storage app like this, and then we can import this like so, and then we'll have to actually export all of this out. So we can just export like so. We export auth, export DB, and export storage as well. Now we can actually use this all over our application. The next thing we're going to do is, since we've initialized Firebase for our client, we want to initialize Firebase for our server, which is involves us using Firebase admin. Before we can actually use Firebase admin completely, we're going to have to get some credentials. So I want you to go to the project settings, as I said before, go to the service account. It's service account tab. Click the service account tab, and you are going to want to install or generate some keys. So let's divide our screen the way I said I like it. Now we want to get this generate new private key and this admin SDK configuration snippet. We want to get the Node.js, but we don't actually need this actually. I'll show you how to do this by ourselves. But you want to click on this generate new private key. When we click on this, as you can see, your private key gives access to your project Firebase services. Keep it confidential and never store it in a public repository. Very important. Store the file securely because your new key can't be recovered if it's lost. Very important. So generate the key, and it's just going to download it right there for us. And I can move this right into Firebase project like so. And this is how it's going to look on my left side. I'm not really bothered about you seeing them because of number one, this is a demo project, and number two, you can see it completely. The sidebar is blocking some of the parts. So this is how it's going to look. You're going to have the project ID, the project key ID, project private key, client email, client ID, and some other things. So we're going to use some few options from here to initialize our Firebase admin. So I'm going to close this folder or this file, sorry, so you don't see it. And what I'm going to do is create an env variable. First, I'll rename this to just service account. So I'll rename that to service account, and I'll create a new folder where I'm going to initialize the Firebase admin. But before I initialize the Firebase admin, I want to add some of those keys in our env variable so that I can securely pass them to our applications without any fear of them getting leaked, and so that I can push this code to GitHub so you guys can check them out, and again without any fear of it getting leaked. So I'll also show you how to use env variables in SvelteKit as well through this process. So I can come to the very root of our folder and create a .env file, and in this .env file we'll have a couple of variables. I'm going to paste how they would look like now. So this is how they're going to look like. We have the Firebase service account, and we have FB project ID. FB doesn't stand for Facebook, it stands for Firebase, okay? You have the FB client email, you have the FB private key as well. But for now, we can just get rid of the service account or whatever. I'll just leave it here. So what we're going to do here is I want you to go to your service account and then the JSON service account file. And I can just open mine here. Since I'm confident you won't be able to see the whole thing. And you can just look at them. Okay, I want you to go to the you see project ID, then you look for project ID. Which one is project? Okay, this is project ID, and I want you to copy this, right? This part. So when you copy that part, you go back to your env and then you go to the project ID and then you do equals to, and then you paste what you just copied, whether it was this gibberish, right? And then you do it for the client email and the private key. And for the private key, you have to copy it with the with all the strings, right? So you have to copy it like as a string. So this is the private key. You have to copy it with the string. With the rest of them, you can copy it with the string or not. It doesn't really matter. You can just copy it like that. But with the private key, you're going to have to copy it with the string. So when you do the private key, when you do equals to, you have to be like this, and then you put whatever. And the reason for that is that the private key has some, I'll say some like I don't want to show my I don't want to show my own private key, but if you check your own private key completely, you see that there are some like slash some new line commands there. So you see /n, and for that to run, well, you need to have the strings there. So it has some /n there to create new lines. And that is like a point of issues for a lot of people when they're actually using this. They don't actually know why that is happening, why the code is having errors. Well, it's because of you need to put your private key in strings. So I'll pause the video now and I'll just fix up my env variable the way I told you to fix them up, and I expect you to do the same, and then we'll continue. So right now I've set up my um environmental variables for the Firebase service account. You can just, that should be directing you to the service account.json file. But as I said, you can actually just ignore it for this build because we are not deploying this app or anything like that. So we can just remove this, and we have this, and that's how I want them. As I said, every project ID doesn't have to be in a string. The client email doesn't have to be in a string, but the private key must be in a string unless you're going to have errors. Now that that has been done, let's initialize our Firebase admin. And to initialize the Firebase admin, we need to make sure that it's always on the server. It's very important that it is always on the server and it's not on the client. It's not exposed to the client. If it's exposed to the client, then there's chances that somebody can snoop around and be able to get those keys from the browser. So we need to make sure that it's always on the server at all times. And if by mistake we are linking some things to the client, we expect our framework, i.e. SvelteKit, to notify us that things that you placed on the server are being linked to the client. Check them out. And in order for us to get that functionality, we can create a file, a directory in the libs folder called server. So we can create just like this, a directory called server, and every file we put in this server file would only and only run on the server. And they also give you that added functionality of if by mistake you leak any of those things that are supposed to be only on the server to the client, SvelteKit will tell you, will let you know to throw an error. So we can just create the file here inside this server called Firebase admin.cs, and in here we can copilot, and in here we can initialize our admin application. So I'll just leave it and come back to it so copilot doesn't disturb me. And this is definitely not equal, like so, and so a lot better now. Now here we can initialize Firebase admin. First thing we want to do is import. Since my auto imports are not working, I'll just have to get auth from Firebase admin /auth. Since we are using Firebase admin as pretty much just for the authentication, we can get started from there right away. We can just say get auth. And one thing a lot of people ask me is whether I can use Firebase normal client SDK on the server to do server side rendering, like to fetch data from the server. Well, the answer is yes. They do have a admin for the Firestore and an admin for the root and the database. But one thing that I have noticed is that you can actually use the client SDK on the server, so I can do server side rendering and load data from the server with the client SDK. So that's just a nice feature. But they do give you a admin Firestore to say now that I've gotten get auth from Firebase auth, I can just import those environmental variables and use them. But in SvelteKit, they can actually auto import for us, so we don't actually have to write them by hand. So I can just forget about that for now. As you can see, it's trying to auto complete to get Firestore, but we are not using the Firestore admin. We'll just get pkg, that's package, from Firebase admin, straight up like that. Like so. And now we can open our try and catch block because an error can occur. So say try catch, click enter. In the try place, we have pkg that we just imported dot initialize app. So we want to initialize the app here like this. And in here, as you can see, because we're in TypeScript, we get auto completions. We have this credentials part. Now this credentials is where we would get and put all of those credentials that we placed in the environmental variable. So we can just say credentials and column, then pkg dot credentials dot sat, just like the way Copilot is assisting us. And in here, we only want to add three of them, not all of them. So the first one will be the project ID, as you can see. And the project ID is going to be from, well, we can just say FB. Now watch the way it's going to auto import for us. So I'll say FB, then column. Okay, so it's not happening now, right? The reason why it's not happening, let me check my credential because I actually want it to auto import so I can show you guys how cool it is. So let me just give me a second. Let me check my environmental variables. I'll pause the video now. All right, I'm back. And the reason why it wasn't working is because of I didn't save it. As I said, I find it very hard to save, to remember to save. So I didn't save it, and that was why it didn't know what to import. But now I've saved it. As you can see, we have all of them popping up right there. We have every client email, we have FB private key, and we have FB project ID. Isn't that crazy? That is super cool. Like if I don't think any other framework would have this functionality except they are using Vite. So that's why I love Vite and that's why I love SvelteKit. And the fact that Vite and SvelteKit came together to give us this framework is just mad in my opinion. So we have we're trying to get, since it's the project ID, we'll get this. We'll click on it and see it auto imports for us here, right? Like that. So we have the static.private because of it's a private key, shouldn't be exposed to the client. And we can say comma. We have the client email. So we can say FB client email, say comma, and the last one is the private key. By now, I believe it should have been knowing what we are doing, but it's still trying to auto complete it with process.env, which I'm not using. So FB dot private key slash private key. I mean, like this, and just this is the way I like it. And now for the error, I'll come here and I'll say const error would be equals to e as error to prevent from having all the error for typing. So now I can check for the errors and I can pretty much I can just console log the error here. I can do this. There's these cool things that they do where they check already exit the shoot the test and error message. If this was the error message, then they'll just console log Firebase admission error the stack, blah blah blah. But if you don't want to write all of this, you can just log it out to the console. It doesn't really matter. And now, last but not the least, we can export get auth out of this file. So we can say export const admin auth like this will be equals to get auth like so. And now, since we've worked on a couple of files, so instead of going from each file and saving all of them, to save all of our files together, we can just say Ctrl K, then press S. So Ctrl K and then S. We'll save everything together, just like so. Now we have the Firebase admin auth ready. Let's add authentication to our application. So we'll go to the root page. Remember, that is where we have this Get Started Now button. And it's by clicking on this Get Started Now button that we are able to authenticate ourselves. We are using Google, so we're going to create a function called sign in with Google. I'll just say function and I'll say sign in with Google. Don't need any parameters here. And in here we'll have our try and our catch block. Try like so. And this will give us an error because it's outside of the block. So we can just put it inside here, save. Like so. Now I'm trying to get this to format properly so you guys be able to read it proper. Yeah, that is better. Now inside this try is where we actually try to authenticate the user. So the first thing I'm going to do is have a function called sign in with pop-up from Firebase. So sign in with pop-up right here. And in here we want to get two things. We want to get the auth and want to get the provider. We have the auth already, which we exported from Firebase, um, from lib slash Firebase config, not from Firebase admin. And I remember I didn't spell this Firebase well. So yeah, I'm missing an E. Just correct that E. And as you can see, it's correct here as well. Just that is crazy. Correct here by itself. So now we have sign in with pop up, and I can import that from Firebase slash auth like that. Now we have the auth, but we don't actually have the second parameter, which is the provider. In order to create the provider, we'll just say const above the function. So provider would be equals to new Google provider like this, and we would actually want to import that from Firebase auth as well. Now we have the provider. We can copy this, comma, and then say provider like that. And when we actually run this function, it returns to us our user instance. So I can just destructure from it the user. So I can destructure from it the user, and I can get the user, and I can log out the user. So let's try this out. Let's Control K and S to save all of the files that we might have mistakenly forgotten to save, and we can run this sign in with Google on this. It's having this issue if we have an on click. I'll run that. And as for the error, we want to take care of that as well. What I'm going to do is have a toast notification to show the errors, but for now we'll just log it to the console. So first of all, I'll say const error message would be equals to um error as error dot message. Now I can log out this error message here. I have this little extension that allows me to just log out things quick. And this is giving me an error saying user does not exist on type promise. Okay, because this is going to be a promise, I have to make it an asynchronous function. So I say async, and then I'll say await right here. And this should fix that for me. And I can Control S to save. And I can test this out. Now I can go there, go to the home page, open my console as well. Before we actually test this, I just remember that we have not set up our Firebase configurations completely. Like we don't actually have auth set up, we don't have Firestore set up, we don't have the cloud storage set up. So in order to avoid any unnecessary error, let's just set up everything now. So go to authentication, click on the authentication side, and it should take you to the authentication page. Click on get started. And now we have to add the sign-in method once. We have multitude of those. We can just click on Google because that is the only one we're using, and enable. Please select an email address, select that, and we'll save. That has been added, and as you can see, we are moved into this sign-in method, and those things kind of removed. Those providers are removed. If you want to add more, you can just click on this button here, and you can see we have more. We have Facebook, we have Game Center, Microsoft Twitter, we have email password, we have phone, we have anonymous, and we also have whatever this is. But don't freak out, we have it right here. You can just click on it and you can add more. Moving on to Firestore. We also want to set up Firestore now so that we don't forget that we've not set it up or anything like that. I can just click on create database. Now it's asking for location. This actually doesn't really matter to me right now. So it's a demo app, but in theory you want to choose the location that's closest to your user base. So as for me, I'm in Nigeria, and I don't really think I see anyone close here to. I'm just gonna go with Europe, EUR3. I'll click next, and I'll just click start in test mode. So if this was for a real production application, you definitely want to add some Firebase security rules to your application. But this is again a demo application, just for learning, so we can just choose test mode. And in order to make sure that this goes more than, because of this is going to only enable read and write for your app for the next 30 days. Not to make sure that this goes more, we can just remove this little if check here. But I don't really care about that now. But as I said, in order to make sure that your app is able to run more than 30 days, you can just remove that if check. I'll show you how to do it so you don't make any mistakes when doing them, because of if you don't know the security rules, you might have some issues and you might mistakenly make an error without knowing. So we just go here to rules, and what we can do here is just remove this completely. Just say allow read and allow write like that, and we can publish. So publish changes can make up to a minute to propagate whatever. The next point of focus would be our storage. Click on the storage, navigate to the storage page, get started again in test mode, and we can do very similar thing to what I did for the security rules of Firestore. We can do for the security rules of the storage as well, to make sure that your app keeps on running even after that 30 days mark. So this has automatically selected the one we selected for Firestore. So we can just click on done. Now all of the functionalities and configurations that have been done, we can continue back to our application. I can just refresh this to make sure that it gets all the changes. Open my terminal, open my console up again. I don't know why I closed it the first time. And I can click on this get started now to see whether that works. Okay. So at this point, you should have this working. You should have this pop-up popping up. Pop-up popping up. But now we can click here. And when we actually click here, we should have that thing logged on, the user logged onto our console. So let's see, continue. And we're having a lot of this cross origin, blah blah blah. But now you can see it was successful, and we have this logged onto our console. We have the access token, we have the auth, we have the display name. So at the Lawal, we have the email, speed, and a couple of other informations. So at this point, if you are at this point, then congratulations, you are well on your way to building this clone. Now we can actually continue. The next thing that we want to do is actually make an API call to an endpoint that's actually going to run all of this on the server. It's going to do a lot of this. It's going to do a lot of. Let's continue building. You can get rid of the console log here. And the next thing we're going to do is create an endpoint. I remember when I was explaining routing in the beginning of this video, I told you that when we want to create an endpoint, we have to create them inside this routes folder. And depending on which folder that endpoint was created in, that's where it's going to live. So if I create a plus, remember plus server, missing an s .ts right here, and I have a post request here. I say kit endpoint, and I change it to posts, and I remove this type here. Now if I want to get to this post from, let's say, yeah, now if I want to get to that post from there, all I have to do is just say await fetch, and I can just say slash like this, right? Because of that's where it lives. It lives in the root. So that means I can just access it from here like this, and I can say method, since it's a post, I can just say post like this, and I can put my headers here as well. But I can access it from here just like this. If this was inside the dashboard folder, if this plus server.cs was inside the dashboard folder, I can say slash dashboard, you get, just like so. Now Let's create this endpoint. Now, what this endpoint is going to be doing is it's going to be taking our ID token, and then it's going to generate a session cookie for us, and then store that session cookie in the cookies so that we can use that to know when the user is authenticated or not. So I'll get rid of this return part, and I'll destructure out of this. From here, I'll destructure the request. So I'll say request, yeah. And I also want to get the cookies, but we won't get cookies now. When we need the cookies, we'll get the cookies. So we want to get the ID token. So I'll say const ID token would be equals to await request.json. Now we are getting the whatever will be passed to the body. So as I can have more options there, I can have a body part exactly just like this. I can have a body part and I can say JSON.stringify and I can pass anything here. So I can actually pass literally my name. I can say Lawal here like so. And in fact, let's test this right. So let's now have this sign up with Google pop up for us. We'll just test this, and when we get this ID token, we'll log this to the console. Now I'll save all of that, and I'll show this. This will actually be my console because this is running on the server. It won't show on the browser, so it's going to show here. So let's test this out. Now let's click on this and let's see what happens. And right now, my name should pop up. So let's click on get started now. And we see that my name actually pops up, but a couple of other things pops up like invalid response from route. So I didn't actually respond exactly. Yeah, when we need to return something, but you see that my name pops up here. If you can look, we have this thing here, but we have Lawal, Lawal right here, and that the reason why it's you have a lot of these things because this is also added as well from the extension that allows me to do those console logs easier. But you can see the name that I passed here was able to get it here and log it here. But here, we won't actually passing my name. We'll be getting the ID token from the user, and then we'll be passing it here. So let's continue. Get rid of the log. As you can see, it was one logged here. I believe the extension I was doing this particular one is console log or ninja log, or what do they call it? Let me check out what they call that extension so I can show you guys. Console Ninja, and you'll be able to get yeah, be able to have all these things being console logged, whether on the client or on the server. The console log on the editor directly. Just like that. So now when I have the ID token, what I want to do is create an expire in, that means the time I want it to expire. Now by default, this thing is, I believe, is how long? I believe 5 days, but we can make it up to 12 days. So I'll just do 60 times 60 times 24 times 5 times 10. And instead of explaining this to you, I'll let my bro Copilot explain it for you. So I'll say explain this line of code. This line of code declares a constant named ID. Okay, it's actually no discard. I said this line, this one here, this one here. And this line of code. Okay, now this line of code initializes a variable named expires in with a value of this. Let's break it down by step. So 60 times 60 represents the number of seconds in an hour. This multiplication gives us the total number of seconds in 1 hour. Now we are now using to get the total number of seconds in 1 day, meaning, and after that, that means the time I want it to expire. Now by default, this thing is, I believe, is how long? I believe 5 days, but we can make it up to 12 days. So I'll just do 60 times 60 times 24 times 5 times 10. And instead of explaining this to you, I'll let my bro Copilot explain it for you. So I'll say explain this line of code. So now you see this line of code declares a constant named ID. Okay, it's actually no discard. I said this line, this one here, and this line of code again. Okay, now this line of code initializes a variable named expires in with a value of this. Let's break it down by step. So 60 times 60 represents the number of seconds in an hour. This multiplication gives us the total number of seconds in 1 hour. Now we are now using to get the total number of seconds in 1 day, meaning, and after that we now you can see those times 24. Then we have times 5, which is total number of seconds in 1 week. I mean, that is 5 days. 1 week is 7 days, sorry, in 5 working days. So that is representing the number of seconds in 5 days. This multiplication gives us the total number of seconds in 5 days. Then we have times 1000 represent the number in of milliseconds in 5 days. This multiplication converts the total numbers of seconds to milliseconds. So this is 5 days, but we can actually go up to 12. Yeah, I believe that's the maximum I can go with the Firebase cookies. So we can go up to 12, but let's end up with 5. And we can actually decode that ID token. So we can say decoded ID token. Decoded ID token would be equals to await Firebase admin auth dot verify ID token. Now I'll just import this from the server slash admin.js. Remember, we actually exported this, and this will actually verify the ID token because of, again, you can pass anything, you can pass gibberish. It's going to verify that this is actually a real ID token, and now that whether it's real or not, we can check before we actually create the cookie from the ID token. We can say if, and we can say what we want to do here is check the time it was decoded. So we'll say this, I'll remove all of this so not confused. But we're saying new date dot get time, and now dividing that by 100 minus the decoded ID token dot auth time, and this. So we'll just check when it was created. We want to make sure that it was decoded of recent. You understand? So to just minimize the chances of being hacked or anything like that, so we can see decoded. So we can say the decoded ID token dot expires in, and we can set it up here. But instead of setting it here, what we'll do is do this. We say const session cookie will be equals to await admin auth dot create session cookies, and the first thing we want to pass here would be the ID token, and the second thing would be the expires in. So like so. Now we've get the session cookie from here, and now we've gotten the session cookie. What we want to do is we want to set the cookie. So I can say const. In fact, I don't need to do const. I can just say cookie, and we've gotten cookie from here. So I say cookies like so. Cookies dot set. So we have set here. I set it to something like so. I'm going to delete this part because I don't want this part yet. And this session, I'll rename this to underscore, like 2 underscores. Yeah, 2 underscores, and then I'll have session like this. And the session cookie, I'll put it here. Or you can use 1 underscore. 1 underscore is okay. But the reason why I actually use underscore is because of when we now try to deploy with Firebase expects this to be like this for some reason, and it doesn't actually state this in the auth, but you get the error and you realize that okay, it's expecting the cookie in this format. So underscore session like this, and then put the session cookie, and we can actually add options here. So I'll say comma, and then I can add options here. But instead of doing it like this to make the code a lot neater, we'll put this in a little variable here. So I'll say const option would be equals to, open the object, to say max age would be the expires in. and then we'll say HTTP only. We tell that to true, and we should also check the secure to true and the path as well, just like that. And I can see comma here and option. We can put an S at the back of that because of there are more than one option. So options. Now we'll actually set the cookie from here like this, and we can now return something on this, because if we don't return something, remember it choose an error for us. So we can say return JSON. This JSON is going to be gotten from SvelteKit, so import it from Svelte/kit. Then you can say JSON. The first thing that I would put here, you can just say the object status to US. Status would be signed in, like so. And remember, we are saying an if statement. We didn't even actually cover that if statement. Now we are saying an if statement. And since it's an if statement, we can have an else. So we'll check for the else. Just say else. With true. Error. And it's going to be a 401, status 401. And this error is going to be gotten from SvelteKit as well. So the same place we got the JSON, we'll get the error as well. The first parameter expecting is the status code, so 401, and the second will be the message. We can say sent sign in is required. Something like this. Nice. Now that we have this post, we also want to have one more, which is a delete, and that's going to be for when the user tries to log out. So we can have, again, my little emit kit endpoint. I can change this to the delete, and I can just remove this part because we don't need this part. Bam. This return as well, I'll remove it. I'll destructure the cookies. And what I want to do is I want to delete the cookies, so I'll say cookies dot delete. The name is underscore session, and then I'll just put the path there. I just path homepage, the root, and after that I can return something as well. So return JSON status signed out, like so. Nice. So right now we've set up all of that. Can go back to the page there, and I can pass in our do our ID token from here. So from this user, I can say const ID token is equals to await user.get ID token, like so. And then I'll get the ID token, and then I'll pop it right in there, just like that. Now we can actually test this, but let's not test it now. Let's just keep on going. When we get to a very good place, then we'll test. After that part, just go down, and you know what? I want to save the response here. I'll say const response is equals to so. And if that response was okay, so I'll have an if block here. I'll say if the response dot okay, meaning that what is meaning is that if the response wasn't okay, i.e., if there was an error, I just want to say const error response would be equals to await response dot JSON like that. And now, yeah, I want to just run my post notification telling them that there was an error by passing the error message. So now we're going to install our Svelte French toast. As you can see, we have the npm install here. I can copy this, go to my install side, paste that, change it from install to add, and there, that should install at any time from now. So let's just use it straight off because I believe it should have installed. And yeah, Svelte French toast installed. I can come here and I can see very easily just toast.error, and I can pass in the message. What is this? Limit to last. Like last one I wrote toast. So toast.error, and I'll just pass in the error message. So I'll say error response. That message like that. And now this toast is not being imported. We can just import it by ourselves. So you can say import toast from Svelte French toast. And right now it won't actually work the way we want it to work. So let's see if I copy this and this sign in with Google. I comment all this out just because of I want to show this toast, and I'll say is the toast working as question, save everything, go to the browser, and I'll click here. As you can see, the toast doesn't work. Click here, nothing happens. So and the reason for that is because of we actually have to add the toast component, and we'll add the toast component to the root layout. So we can just come to the root layout and we'll add it right here. So I can say OAST like so, and I can import it by myself. Import toast from that would be Svelte French toast, and it's actually not called toast, it's called toaster. ER like this. ER. Now it should work. Let's save this and let's run that same test that we ran. And now we can test it. I click on get started. You see, is it toast working? Well, the answer to that is yes, and I can click and I can get more like so. Oops. Now we can go back to yeah, I can remove this part, just check, and yeah, and comment all of those. Now that we've checked if whether the response was okay or not, we can also at this point add the user to our database, because even if we've signed in the user, we also want to get a reference to the user in our database as well. The way we will do that, we'll add him to Firestore database in Firebase. We can just say await set doc. So this is an helper function from Firebase Firestore. We can say set doc, and the first thing here will be doc, and you have to import doc as well. When we import doc like that, we now want to, you know what, this copilot is starting to annoy me. Stop popping up every second it gets a chance. So now we have doc, and in this doc the first parameter is going to be the database instance. Remember we created that in the Firebase config file, so we import that as well. I hope all of these are getting imported. Yes, they are. So now we can say doc. We can now have comma. The second thing is going to be the user, as Copilot is trying to tell us. So say users, this will be the name of the collection. Now, if the collection has not been created, if like it doesn't exist, this would create the collection. So don't worry or bother whether the collection exists or not. If it doesn't exist, Firestore will go ahead and create the collection for us. And we can say comma. And now we want to set the ID of the document. And the ID of the document will just be the user's UID. So say user.uid, just like that. Now, when we come out of that, I'll say comma and then our object. Now, in this object is where we'll put all of the user's information that we want to be in that document. So the first one will be the name, NAME. It should be the user display name. The second one will be email. It should be the user email. We also have the profile pics. So say photo URL. I'll call this profile pic like this. And the last one will be the UID. So I'll say UID is equals to the user.uid. And I know that we already have this UID as the name of the ID, but I just like to set it twice to make sure that so I can have easy ways of querying for a certain user. So now that I've done that, and if it was successful, I'll just come under here and I'll say toast dot successfully signed in. What a better message to pass here will be successful and then comma redirecting, because of we like to tell them that it's redirecting because of there's a bit of like a slow lag because we're doing all these things on the server. There's a little bit of a slow lag, so to make sure our user understands what's going on, I just say redirecting like that, and we can say go to. Now go to in SvelteKit. When we want to navigate programmatically on the client, we use go to. So we can just say go to, and then I can put the parts that I want to go to / dashboard like this. Remember, we have to import go to, and go to was imported. Now, just like this, we have all of that configured already. And here, instead of having console log the message, I'll just use the toast as well to show the user the error message if there was any error message. Now we have signing with Google complete. We can test now. So I'll do Ctrl K and then S to save all the files in every place that I might have forgotten to save them. And come here, I'll click on get started now. We should have this pop up for us. I'll click on this account here. And let's see the way it goes. I see there's a little bit of lag. Successfully redirecting, and then bam, we are in the dashboard. Super bright. I don't like that. Now that is what I want, and that's what we got. No errors. That's pretty nice. But one thing that I also want to check is whether the user got added to our database. So go to Firestore database here, and we'll see this user collection created, and see one user was added with the email, name, profile pic, and the UID as well. As you can see, the email is Speed, the name is Adibula Lawal, and more information were added here. Now that we've done this, one thing I want to do is authorization, meaning that I want to be able to keep the users who are not signed in out of the dashboard, so they can access the dashboard if they are not signed in. So basically, we want to add protected routes to our SvelteKit application. Now, there are multiple ways of doing this, but the most effective way, from my experience, is by doing all of this check in a middleware. And the way SvelteKit allows us add middleware and the way SvelteKit handles middleware is such an experience. Like it's extremely wild. I really love it. The way we would do it is by coming to our SLC folder here and creating a file called hooks dot dot server.cs like this. There are a couple types of hooks, but the one we'll be using is called the undo hook. So we just have to export a function called undo. To export const undo is equals to make it a synchronous arrow function. Like so. And with the structure from here, the event and resolve. And from the event, we can get the cookies. So I'll say const will be equals to event. So I'll just destructure the cookies from the event here. Cookies like this. And now I want to get a session cookies. I'll say const session cookie would be equals to cookies dot get. Remember the name we gave it, which was underscore underscore. This must be in a string underscore underscore session. And this is cookies, not coolies. For God's sake. Cookies. So we'll get the cookies. Now we'll run our try and catch block after that. So in the try, what we'll try to do is verify that cookie. And Firebase admin auth gives us a way to do that. Gives us a little function we can do. So I can say const decoded claims is equals to await admin auth should import from wherever we exported it from. Then we'll say dot verify session cookie this, and then we'll pass the session cookie. Sorry, like that. Now I'll now say event dot. Well, I can actually structure locals from here as well. I don't have to write event dot locals. So I can say locals dot user ID would be equals to decoded, and I can also I can also destructure this as well. I can destructure the UID from here, so I don't have to say decoded.uid. I can say is equals to UID. And the reason why we are doing this, I'll show you very soon. But this is locals, not local. The reason why we're doing this, I'll show you very soon. Then for the catch block, I can just say locals dot user ID is equals to null. Now what these locals are is pretty much custom data that we can add to our application and access it in every server load function and our form actions. So this is like some sort of, I don't want to call it that, but some sort of state management for the server. So we can add this here and we can access it anywhere in our application. So if we add the user ID here, we can access the user ID anywhere in our application, and that's just massive. The reason why this is giving error because of this could be string and this could be undefined as well. To tell TypeScript that it should shut his mouth, we'll just put that and that should disappear. And for the locals as well, we're having these red lines, and that's because of we need to go to our app.d.ts file and see this interface locals. We just would uncomment it and we'll add user ID will be equals to string or no. Remember, if there's an error, we'll set it to no. So now it would stop um blinking red lights for us. So after this catch, what we can do is just return resolve. So return resolve. Sorry, that's not spell resolve. L. And in the resolve, we'll put event. And outside of that, we'll also return resolve as well. How do I spell it with L first? And we'll pass events here as well. Like that. Now that we've added this, what we can basically do now is block any user that's trying to access a page that is not authenticated, i.e., the dashboard. When it's not authenticated, it should not be able to access those pages. So I can go to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard folder, I'll create a special file called plus page.server.ts. And in here, I'll have my server load function. So I'll say git load. Like so. Get rid of this. Now I can check for the user, right? If the user is authenticated, so I can destructure from here. Let's guess what I'm going to destructure from here. Well, I'm going to destructure locals. Just as I said, I set locals up in my undo hook and I can access it anywhere in my application. So I can get locals from there. And from locals, I can destructure our UID. So I can say equals to locals like this. And when I try to destructure this, you will see user ID pop up here. So I can click here and I can check if user ID it doesn't exist. So I can say if user ID, that means if the user ID is equals to null, that is the user ID is equals to null, I'll just throw a redirect here. So redirect, and redirect is going to be given to us by SvelteKit. So redirect like so, and we'll import this from svelte/kit. The first parameter here would be the status code, which would be 303. The second one, no, it's not going to be, let's not say 303, let's say 307. So say 307, and then the second one will be the URL we want to redirect to the location. So we'll just say the home page back. So if you're trying to access the dashboard page and you're not logged in, the user ID doesn't exist, we'll throw you back to the home page. We'll do similar for the home page as well. So if you are logged in, you don't need to be on the home page. So go here. But remember, we have to create our plus page.server.ts file in the root. So server.ts. I'll just paste this here. And this one will be checking if the user ID does exist. If it does exist, I'll redirect you to the dashboard. Like so. Now, let's concentrate on the ability for user, since the user is signed in, the ability for user to upload files. Now let's sign in. Let me just make sure all this is saved. Control K and S. Everything is saved. I can just click on the get started now. Pops up Google sign in for me. Now click on this one here. As you can see, successfully redirecting. I'm redirected to this page. And when I try to go to the home page by clicking here, I can't. You see? Very nice. Yes, so let's add the functionality to drag and drop. But before we add the functionality to drag and drop, Let's add the functionality to sign out. Yeah, let's complete the authentication completely. Let's add the functionality to sign up. Let's get the avatar as well there. So um, go back to header. We'll see right here we have the sign out button here. I can also have a function called logout, and I'll call this now. Sorry, OUT, something like this, but will not be console login logout. We'll be making a delete request to our endpoint. So say not quite. Remove that. If you remember, it was delete. So this would have to be a delete. All uppercase. We'll remove this. And yeah, makes asynchronous. You also want to sign out from the client as well. So we'll say I'll wait sign out. And this sign out is going to be gotten from Firebase auth. And in here we'll pass in the auth instance. Remember the auth instance exported from the Firebase config file, not from Firebase admin. And after all of that has been done, we now want to redirect the user back to the home page. So we'll say go to like so, home page. Now you have to just hook this button up to that sign out function. So say on click, we'll say log out like this. Now when the user clicks on this logout button, it should log him out. Yeah, let's save this. And before we test it out, we also want to add this avatar so that we can see the user's image as well. So the way we'll do that for now is that we're going to fetch the user's information from the database where we stored the user info. We'll fetch it from there, and we'll do that by creating a folder called queries in the libs directory. So I'll say queries. That's not spec queries, sorry. QUERIES queries, and I'll say slash because I want to make a folder and a file at the same time. I'll say get user.ts. So this will create a folder called queries and a file inside that folder called get user.ts. Just like that. Oh yeah, queries, yeah. Now I have this get user. I mean, this get user is where I'll actually have this function called get user. So I'll say const get user will be equals to async like so. I want to export this get user, so I'll now say export default get user. I mean, this get user function, first thing I want to do here, I want to accept a param, which should be the UID. So this will be a string. And first thing is to create a reference to the document. So say user ref will be equals to doc. Doc will be gotten from Firebase File Store. And in doc, first thing will be the DB from Firebase config, correct? Then that will be the collection. If you remember, the collection was users. And the third one will be the UID. So just put the UID there. Sorry, like that. Now I've gotten the reference to that document. I can actually get a document by saying const user snap equals to await get doc, another function from Firestore, and we'll just pop in the reference there. Now I can check if that document exists. I can say if user snap dot exists. I just want to return that user dot data. But if it doesn't exist, if it doesn't exist, I can throw an error. Instead of returning null, I'll just throw an error. And the error is going to be from SvelteKit. So I can say throw error 4 user not found, like so. And the error is imported from svelte.js/kit. Yeah. So just like this. But I also want to add a bit of typing to this because of right now I don't actually have some static typing to our get users function. So the way I'll add that is I'll create another folder in my components called types. And in types above, nope, in types above a file called index.txt. And in here above all out the types that I'll be using in this project. So I'll just say type will be equals to t user, make that capital letter, t user. Now this is wrong. Sorry. First let's export it. First export type t user is equals to, so the first one will be the name. Remember we added name. Name is a string, correct? The email as well is a string. The profile pic is also going to be but the same photo URL. So say profile pic is also going to be a string as well. And the UID is going to be a string as well. Like this. I can use this t user in my get user. Yeah, I can say return stuff as t user. So I can just use TypeScript casting and cast that as that type. But I want to import this from where I exported it from. And I can also come right at the top here and promise t user, like so. So this is what's going to be returned. That's what I'm telling it. I'm going to return a promise of t user, and yeah, all of this. But this is having an error. It says cannot find name team user. Did you mean t user? So as you can see, this is actually spelled incorrectly. So I can change that to s, and I can go back to my types and I can change that as well. Now that should fix all that errors. Now I can actually get this user from any load function. So I can go, we're getting it from the page, from the dashboard, I mean, from the load function of the dashboard. I would go to the load function of the dashboard. So I'll say dashboard. So I'll go to the plus page.server.ts file. And in here, I can run it. So I can say, I'll say return straight away. Return user get user. So I'll just say get, and it's going to be imported from there like this. And now I'll pass in the user ID as the UID that the get user function is expecting. Now if I go to my plus page.svelte file, how do I access that data? Well, I just did server side data fetching. I fetch this on the server. Now I put it in this user. Now how do I access it on my plus page.svelte file? Well, I can easily access it by saying export let data, just like that. Now I have access to it, and I can come here. Nope. I can come here and I can say clg for console.log, and I can say data dot. I'll have users, and if I say dot, I'll see more auto completions. I'll see email, I'll see name, see profile pic, and I see UID. And I can put the name here. In fact, I don't actually have to log this, I can just put this directly at the top. Yeah, so that you can see it. So I'll say Control K and then S to save all of the files that I have made changes in, and I will check this in the browser, and it's reloading. But as you can see now, my name is showing here, Adebola Lawal, right there. So I'm the one that is signed in. So now I have access to that user in my dashboard um, page. Now I also want to get access to the user on in my header component. So if I go to my header, so I know what to show, whether I want to show this avatar and this log out sign out button, because of if a user is not logged in, there is no reason to tell him to sign out. So I need to get access to that um, user's data. But right now we're actually fetching the data in our dashboard load function, and our header component is not in any way located in the dashboard, so we can actually pass it as a prop. So I want you guys to think of ways that we can do this. Well, one way we can do this is to come to our plus page.server.cs in the root, and then pass the get user there, but then the header will also know be able to get that pass as a props to him as well, because of, well, our header is not in our root page, it's in our layout page. So another thing that we can do here is create a plus layout.server.ts. So as there's a plus page.server.ts, we can also create a plus layout.server.ts, and that one's going to be our server load function for the layouts. So I can do that, and um I can run this get user there. I can fetch the user at that place, and I'll be able to get the user, and I'll be able to pass it to a props to the header, and I'll be able to know whether when the user is signed in or not. But I'm not going to do any of that way. I'm going to do something that is another cool feature of Svelte that I just think is amazing. And if there's any reason why you want to come into Svelte, it should be this reason, this particular reason I'm about to show you right now. So I can just go directly in this header component without passing any props to it. As far as I've sent it to my dashboard server load function, and as you can see, the dashboard server load function doesn't have any connection to this header at all. The only connection it has is that they kind of render on the same time on the page. So the header renders and the dashboard renders at the same time. So that is the kind of only connection that they have. But watch what I'll do. With that, I can actually just go and get the data directly from the page store. The page store is a store that Svelte gives us. So I can say CLG to console log something to the browser, and then I can see page. I'll import this from app/store, and since it's the store, I have to put the dollar sign in front of it. And I'll say page dot data, just like that. Page dot data in the header, and I'll say Control Shift I, and then I would reload this so I can see the results. Oh, I didn't actually save this as well, so I always forget. And I'll save this so that we can see. Let's give that a minute or so. Now you can see in the console something is being logged, and it's been logged from again the header.svelte. So you can see header.svelte. You can see this being logged out. If I open this, well, I see the user. And when I open it completely, I see the user email, the username, the profile pic, and the UID. And remember, I want you to remember that we don't have any form of connection to the dashboard page or the dashboard server load function. We don't, but we're able to get all the data that was fetched in this page store, which is just completely when I've actually figured this out, this was actually mad. But I don't think any other framework out there has this functionality. It's just crazy. But we can actually do that without any issue. We don't have to be passing props from here to here. We don't have to be thinking about how we make this thing connect or anything like that. We can just get it like that. So we can definitely come here right after the toggle, and I'll have an if block here. So I'll say if, yeah, that will be page dot data dot, remember the name was user. That's if this exists, I want to put this in. But if it doesn't exist, nothing will be put in. So I can just exclude the else block, and nothing would be rendered if page.data.user doesn't exist. But you will notice that we don't actually have typing for this. If I click on this, I have all this words that I've written but actually not typing. In order to add typing to this, I have to go back to that my app.d.ts. In this page data here, I can uncomment this and I can add the data here. So yeah, you can add all kind of typings to your applications that you might have. So I can just say user will be of type T user, and I can import T user from wherever I exported it from. There. Now if I go back, see I would have, and I have to save that as well. I'll type in for it. So I have user, and if I say user dot, you see I have all the typings there. So for the avatar, I can come here and I can just say page dot data dot user dot, well, profile pic. So I just go to profile pic and click enter. That way I've already added the profile pic just like that. And as for the fallback, sorry, for the fallback I can just exclude it completely. For the alt, I'll just put in the, I'll say um, page dot data dot user dot name profile pic. So I'll put this in a string. Remember to put the dollar sign here, like so, and I'll put my dollar sign in front of that. Now that should render, ha, and that should render the name, and then to just say if my name is Lawal Adebela, just say Lawal Adebela profile pic for the alt. Now let's check this out. Save everything. As you can see, my avatar shows A, and we have everything working. So just like that, we've added the avatar for the user, and I can sign out here, and I can get started now again. And I'll choose a different avatar that actually has an image in it, so that you guys can see that it will actually bring the user's avatar there. So successfully redirecting, and bam, we have my avatar right there. As you can see, it's different from the one that I had before. Now let's add functionality for user to be able to drag and drop file or click to add files, and they will be saved on the database, and user will be able to see his files in this place. But yeah, you can see we have a typo. It says and no, that should not be. So we can come here and you can see data grid, and I'll change this from row this n like that. Now go to drop zone, which is where I need to be now. Drop zone, and in this undo upload function, would set up the functionality to actually upload the files. So first of all, we have to make this asynchronous. So this will be an asynchronous function. Then we'll say const docref will be equals to await add doc. Now remember the first time we used this utility function, said set doc. For set doc, we're going to have to explicitly tell Firebase the ID of the document, but with add doc, we don't. Firebase will generate the an ID for us. They're basically the same thing, but for set doc, we explicitly set the ID. For add doc, Firebase generates an ID for us. So we just ID add doc from Firebase Firestore. Then we open our brackets. The first one here will be the collection. Then from the collection, we also have to take some props as well. The first one the collection will take will be the DB. That's the database instance that we created. And the second one would be the name of the of the collection. I mean, so we'll say files like this, and we need to just make sure these are being imported correctly. So add the collections as well, export, and the DB as well. So now after that, in the still in the add doc function, the second parameter is going to take would be the document that we want to add. So I'll just say comma, and then my object. The first thing I'll give it here will be the UID, comma. I'll say file name. The file name will be file.name. Third one will be the size. This will be the file.size. Then also have type. This will be file.type. And we now have timestamp. Now the reason why we're adding timestamp so that we can sort this data properly, either from the ascending or from the descending. So we say timestamp. Now we don't actually have to make stamp capital. So we say timestamp will be server timestamp. And this will server timestamp will be from Firebase. So Firebase gives us this function called server timestamp that allows us add a timestamp, but from the server of where the user is. So if I'm in Lagos, for example, I'm in Lagos, and you are in London or in California, it's going to be adding the timestamp of where you are from at this very moment. So there won't be any errors. So server timestamp here, and right here you can see that we're having all this file showing red line, and the reason for that is because of it. Yeah, I said files instead of file, and I have this array. So I'm not going to be accepting an array of files. I'm just going to be accepting one file. And this the only error we're having now is from this UID, but don't bother about it for now. We'll fix it. So we don't actually have anything UID for now. After that, after we've added this document, we now want to upload that file to our storage. Right? That's the next thing to do. So I'll say const file ref would be equals to this, which is ref would be from Firebase storage. Storage will be from where we exported it from before, not Firebase admin, from Firebase config. And then we'll have this path, which is files slash the docref.id. That is the ID of this document. Now that we have the file ref, we can actually upload this. So we use this with the function. We'll do this with a function called upload byte, and that upload byte is given to us by Firebase. So just say await upload byte. The first thing here will be the reference. We'll say file ref, and the second thing will be the file itself. So the first thing is the file ref. The second thing is the file itself. Just like that, it will upload it. Now the last thing we want to do in this function is to actually get the URL, the download URL, and then save it in this same document. Because of now that we've uploaded it, we don't actually have a way of linking this document to this file. So that download URL is basically going to be the link to both of them. So I can say const download URL will be equals to get download URL. Again, another function from Firebase. I just import that, and then we'll pass the reference, which is file ref. And now I want to update const. Now I want to update this document. I can easily update the document by saying await, this time update doc from Firebase Firestore, and I'll say doc ref, which is the reference to that document, and with what I want to update it with, which is just the download URL like this. But since they are the same name, that's why I write it twice. I can just make this small letter like this, and I write it only once, like so. And there's also one thing I wanted to talk about, which was that we're actually doing it in a way that is not, I would say, best, because of we are doing this here, we are doing this here, and we're also updating it here. So let's say, for example, this add this document successfully, but then in uploading the um file, there was an error, so it didn't upload the file successfully, and then we are not able to update the doc with document URL. We will not have this file which is added to our database, but with no download URL. So this document is not linking to any file, and that is can cause a bit of an error or things like that. So in cases like this, you want to do transaction. So what they call atomic reads and atomic writes. So for when you are writing to the database, you want to use something like a batch read, a batch write or a transaction. So Firebase allows us to do this, but and it allows us to do this pretty easily. But for this tutorial, I decided to skip it because of, I mean, it's just a demo app. But yeah, we have all of this functionality added now, and this should actually add a document for us anytime we do this upload function, this undo upload. So we'll run this undo upload right here in this place, and we are going to run it. I'll show you. So in here, what I want to do is just, because of now this thing is going to be could be 10 files, right? Is There's no guarantee it's going to be one file. It could be 10. We don't know the amount of files that it's going to be. So what I can do is files dot map. Sorry, I want to map through all the files. So I'll say files dot map, and then I'll run undo uploads. So when I map through all the files, and each of the file one by one will be passed on to this files argument in the undo upload, and then we'll do this. We'll run this for each and every of the file. So one by one, it will run this. One by one, it will run this. I hope you understand. So basically, using file.map, and then so this is basically what it's doing. I know all of you understand this better like this. So it's now saying undo uploads files, and I'm getting files from here. Well, getting file from here. But this is basically redundant because of this is a function already, so we can just do this like this. Undo uploads like this, and it will automatically pass in each of the files as it maps through the array, as it reaches through the array one by one. It will pass in each of the files, and as it passes in each of the file, this would be run. And remember that this is an asynchronous function, so this is going to be running sequentially, meaning that one by one, it will run them one by one, and that is going to cause some problems. It could cause some problem because of it's doing it one by one, right? So if one fails, doesn't mean the other would fail. So you could want to upload 5 files, and if two fails, you're still going to upload the remaining three, and we don't want that. So if one should fail, we want everything to reject, want everything to fail, and we also want them to run parallel, meaning that we want them to run as if it was one request, making it better for performance and for our Firebase quarters as well. So the way we do that is we use promise.all. So we'll just say promise like this dot all, and what this promise dot all is expecting is an array of promises, just like this. So this files dot map is going to return an array, and since these are asynchronous functions, it's going to return an array of promises. So this promise dot all is going to take those arrays of promises, and it's going to run them in parallel, and if one of them fail, all of them would fail and would be aborted as well. So I can actually get this. I can say cons, and it's going to return in an array, return their result in an array. So I can say something like this, say equals to, and I can have their results here in this array. But I won't do it like this. What I will do is, since because of I want a toast notification, I'll use the toast. I'll say await. So this toast package enables us to do this cool thing, which is toast dot promise. And in this promise, I can just put in this like this. So it's basically the same thing I'm doing. But now this pending will not be this pending will be loading. So what it's going to do is going to take this promise.all files dot map thing that we wrote here. This array of promises is going to take it, and then when all of them is successful, when all of them have been uploaded and they're successful, it's going to tell us successful error. This is successful message. Sorry, files uploaded successful. If there's an error, you say error uploading files, and if it's loading, it's going to show uploading files, just like that. I'm losing source. I need to go and take water. So quick water break. Everybody, drop your laptop and yeah, get water. I'm back. So let's continue. Yeah. So where was I? Okay. So this will show the the notification, whether it's loading, whether it was successful, whether there was an error, and it's like we're missing one parenthesis here, like this. Aha. And it's saying our width. It makes it synchronous. Now we need to run this check file size and upload. Yeah. In this handle file, select like this. We also have to run it here as well, like this. And when we run it, because of we want like immediate updates, like when we run it, we want to see that our file was uploaded. What I'm trying to say is that when we run all of that, we want the file to show there down. So if we didn't have any file before, if it showed no file uploaded, when we upload our first file, we want it to immediately show, not that we have to refresh the page before we see it. And the way we easily do that is by just saying invalidate all from SvelteKit, like that. So this invalidate all would invalidate all the load functions that are in any way related to the page that we are currently in. So if I go to my page the server the dashboard, it will pretty much sorry, it will pretty much rerun this for me. So if I have get user, you have to run get user. If I have um what do you call it, get files, it will rerun the get files and we'll now see the get files there. So now the next point of action is to actually create this get files um query. In our queries folder, I'll create a new file called get user files.ts, and in here I have a function to get the files. So I'll say function get user files. They'll be taking in the UID. UID is going to be of type string. First of all, we'll get um the reference, but this time because of we would be querying, I wouldn't just be getting all of the data in a collection or getting one data in a collection. But we want to get some specific ones. So we want to get only the ones that belong to the user. So we want to query the database with some parameters. So say const q for query will be equals to query, and query will be from Firestore. So just click enter, and the first argument will be collection. Collection will be from Firestore as well. Then collection will have to take two things. The first one will be, as you can see, the DB, and the second one will be the name of the collection, which is files. So we need to import DB. Then right after that collection part, we'll say comma, and now we want to write our query. We'll say where UID is equals to UID. So we want to get all of the data, all of the documents that their UID is equivalent to the UID that will be passing in here. I'm just going to import this Firestore. And not just that, we also want to arrange it, right? So from ascending to descending, or from the last one that we sent would be the first one we see on the top of the table, right? So we don't just want it to be scattered. By default, Firebase will not give us all that document to just be scattered and everywhere. So we have to order it by ourselves. But for now, let's not jump into that. Let's just take a look at this, the way this works. And that we've gotten the query, we can now say get docs. So we can say const query snapshot because to our wait get docs, and we'll pass sorry and we'll pass in the query there, and we need to make this asynchronous. Now that we have that, just because of the way file store returns data for us, we need to make some changes to the data. So, and in order for our SvelteKit application to be able to use it very well, I'll create a new variable called results, will be equals to an empty array, but it's going to be of a type. So I'm going to go create the type now. So go to our types. Our export type will be t file, and will be equals to, as you can see, the first thing here will be for us the file name. It should be a string. If you remember when we were adding the document, we had the file name there, and this is giving us error because I said types instead of type. The second one here will be the size. Well, the size will be a number. The third one here will be type. Type would be a string. The first one here will be UID. UID will be string. Another one for the URL, but we call it download URL. Nope, we don't want to capture data. Then just URL like so. We also have a timestamp. We should be able to type date like that. And last, we'll have ID. So we'll add the ID to it like this. So now we can get these T files. Go back to my get user files, and now I can basically say for the type of this result would be T files, and I'll just import that, but an array of T files. Now that we've gotten query snapshots, I can take query snapshots, copy this, and say query snapshots dot for each, like this. So for each document, I want to push to this result array. So just like this. So I'll push the results array, the file name, which should be doc dot data dot file name, the size, which should be doc dot data dot size, the type, the UID, the download URL, the timestamp, and the ID, which should be doc dot ID. The reason why we're doing it is like this way. Why we are not just returning query snapshots dot. So because right now we can actually just say return query snapshot dot docs docs. I mean, but it's going to be very hard for us to be getting our data because of them. We'll have to be doing doc dot data dot file name, doc dot data dot this and that, and we also don't get the ID of that document added as well. And before I do anything else, let me just return the results, and I'll export this function out. So export get user files like so, and I'll go back to my plus page that server, and I'll say files will be get user files, and I will put in the user ID there like that. And when we get the files, we can render them out here. So I can say CLG. Okay, we're outside the script tag. Sorry, we're outside the script tag. I didn't know. I knew that my CLG was supposed to pop out something for me, and it didn't pop something else. I was like, what? Okay, so we'll say data dot files. And you can see that it's going to be an array, but let's say data dot files, and let's see what happens when we run that. So Control K and S. So remember, in the get user function, we are logging out the query dot docs directly, because I want to show you guys why I won't just want to use that like that. So as you can see, it logs it out. Well, we have an empty array, and let that just fix up first. Oh, the reason why we're showing is it's showing an empty array is because of we don't actually have anything. We don't have any file in our files collection. We don't even have a files collection. So let's try and see this thing if it will work. So I can click here, click on this, open, and check Firebase, refresh this. So as you can see, it actually didn't work. Oh, I remember the UID problem that we were having. So we won't be able to actually see it. So let's fix that UID problem we're having. Go to the that will be on drop zone. We're trying to add a document. See this UID here. We don't actually have any UID here. Just like the header from here, we can get the UID from the page store. I can say cons. Let's just name this UID. So I see UID will be equals to page, and then this would import from the app slash store like that, and I can put a dollar sign in front of it. I can say page dot data dot user dot UID like that, and now that UID would be referenced here, and we shouldn't have any error when we are adding a new document. Now I'll save this, and I'll check the browser right here. I would click on a file like this. I will upload it. Okay, so no notification is showing or anything. So I believe there's an issue again, but let's see if this will show here first. Let's give it a second. And it still didn't show. Okay. It still didn't show. Let's check it out. Okay, so first of all, what I want to do is to move this invalidate all from here, from this handle upload, and put it in here. Right after the toast, I can say await invalidate all like that. All files should equate to true. So as you can see, this was mixed up, right? Both of them were mixed up. I returned 3, I returned false there, whereas I should be returning false there, and I should be returning true. Yeah. Now that that is fixed, let's try it one more time. Click, open. So as you can see, uploading file showing right there. And as soon as it's uploaded, it tries to reload that load function, and there was an error, a server error. Let's just refresh this. Now the problem that we are having is has to do with the timestamp. So this timestamp, because of the format it's in, is going to have some problem being serialized by our server and our load function. So it's going to throw an error. You have to make this easy to work with. You can just say dot to date like so. So this will convert it to a normal JavaScript date object, and I can remove this console log here. But I'm going to show you something about this console log. So this is that data. But as you can see, what it's giving us, it's very, I would say, very hard to use. So it's better to just query snapshot, and then we do the for each. We'll push it to an array somewhere, and then that way we can even add to it the ID of that document as well. Now we return the results, and this shouldn't throw an error. If I go to, yeah, drop zoom, everything looks nice here as well. Control K S, save everything, go back. So as you can see, the is being logged out the file, and that is because of, if I go back to my, well, did I log that out again? Okay, it was in the plus page that's felt of the dashboard page. I'm logging this out here. As you can see, it's logging out the file that we added. If I add another file, let's say I add these two files, uploading files, and once that is uploaded, file uploaded successfully, and I refresh our page, I just refresh it. You see now we have three files being pulled for us, and these three files were uploaded by this user. If you remember, we are querying for only data that this user uploaded. So the way we do it is when we get user, you can see where UID. So there is a field there called UID, and it's of a string, right, of a user identity. So we'll just say where UID is equals to this particular user's UID. So if it's not equal to this particular user UID, we won't bring it. That way we can get all these three files that this user has uploaded. The next one I want to do is the get file count. So get files count will tell us the number of documents this user has uploaded. So I can say get files count .ts, sorry, sync, yep, sync function, get files count, something like this. And in here would want to get the UID. So UID string, let's say const q again is equals to, if you remember, query, and very similar to what we did last time. But now I want to import this. Also import this as well. This as well. So now that I've queried for all of the documents that are for this user, I can now say const snapshots equals to await get count from server. This gets count from server given to us by Firebase Firestore, enables us to get the count. And in here I can say queue. After that I can return snapshot dot data, and I'll dot count like this, and I can export this. I can also export this out. I can take this function, go back to that load function there, and I can say count would be from this get file count. I'll pass the user ID there. I'll say comma. Now I'll move to the data grid, which is where I'll be rendering all the files. So I'll say X instead of just saying let files, yeah, I'll say export let files. And this is how we're able to create probes in Svelte 4. So export let files will be of type of no, sorry, be of type of T file and array like this. So I'll import T file from wherever I exported T file from. And then I'll have another prop to be export let, not let data, let count. It's going to be type of number, and I'll have one utility function that I'll create here. It should just be a function that just gets us the file type. So it's going to get the file type. The name is get file type. It accepts a mime. The mime is going to be a string. Then we can say const type is equals to mime that splits exactly. And then when we split it, we get the first. Sorry, we won't get the first one. We get the second one. So to get the second one, we say one. And what we are doing here is, say for example, this mime was image slash png. So this is how usually file types will be stored. So image slash png, image slash jpeg, video slash mp4, things like that. So now to get the type that in a user friendly readable manner, I'll just go there to the type the split by this. So this split would split the string by whatever we passed here. So it gets split it by this, and it's going to return an array. So when it splits it by this, we now want to get the second item in the array. And when we're counting, we count from zero. So zero is the first one will be the second one. So that will be PNG. And then we'll save it in type. And just like that, we can return the type. Now, the files is what we use to check. So we check the files are length. We've done all of that already. But yeah, instead of having this length 5 as dash, we'll put the files there. So I'll say each files as without the structure it directly out of there. So we'll have a couple of things here. Down URL, file name. Do we need the ID here? Nope, we don't need the ID. The size, the timestamp, the type, and that's good. So after that, we can just place in this data where they need to be. And one thing to know about this issue is that we can actually get the index by just saying comma I. I will be the index, and we can pass a key by putting in a parenthesis and saying I. We can just pass the key, or we can pass anything there as key for each of them. But I won't be doing any of those there. Just showing you. For the first one, it will be the file type, because of remember here it was type that was first. But we won't just be passing the file type like that. We'll be passing it inside that function that we created. So say get file type, and we'll put to type in there like that. The second one, remember, is file name. Just pass file name like that. The third one would be the size. So in order for the size to be human friendly, I'll be using this package called Pretty Bytes. So let me check it out. This one right here, so that we can get the um size to look pretty. So Pretty Bytes. Can copy that right here. We'll paste pnpm add Pretty Bytes, and we'll run that. We'll wait for Pretty Bytes to install, and there, installed already. Pretty Bytes. Now we can use it. I would simply import Pretty Byte from Pretty Byte here. So import Pretty Byte from Pretty Byte like this, and I'll use it here for the size. So I'll say Pretty Byte, and then I'll put the size there like so. Now after the size, want to put the date added. So right here, this class right, I'll remove this class here, and I'll say the timestamp. I'll put the timestamp here. So, but then I'll, because of this is a JavaScript date object at this point, I would say dot to date string like this, and then call that. I'll get another table cell, and in here I want to put the link. That will be the download link. So yeah, it's just going to be, we'll put a button here directly. So we'll say instead of putting this, we just say button, and the button is going to be from Shad-cn Svelte. Wait for that to import like so, and we'll get the button, and in here we'll put we'll just say download here, download. In the button we'll say download, because we want this to be a download button, and then we'll set the target to be underscore blank like so. The variant should be a link, and the href, we want to get the download URL. Pop the href there, and this is now how you spell download like that. I'll copy this and I'll paste this one more time. This time to be for the delete. So we'll remove this here, and we'll import trash from Lucid Svelte. So we'll wait for that to auto import for us. Lucid Svelte like that. And I'll remove this, all these attributes that I added. The only attribute I'll add here would be the size. I'll say size will be icon, and the variance will be outline like this. So now let's save everything. But since this is expecting some props, we need to pass them. But in this count, we'll have the count right here. So instead of this 5, we'll have count. And I'll go to the page, the dashboard. And you can see now this data grid is expecting some things. It's expecting a count, and it's also expecting the files. So what I can do here is say const will be equals to data, and from data I can get the count, I can get the files. So I can put this inside column since they are the same name. I'll just do it like this. Put them inside the curly brackets like this, and that would work. So this is basically equivalent to doing um equals to count. But since they are the same name, we can just do it like this. So I'll leave this one here so you can see that you can do it like this, and you can also do it like this. Control K and then S to save all the files, and I will run my browser. Now my browser has reloaded, and as you can see, we have files pop up. So I'll close the console. We have three files here, and you can see in the files count place we have three as well. For the type, it tells us the type. The file name tells us the file name. The file size is there. The date it was added. The download link is there, and the icon to delete is there. Though it's not working now. So let's add another file and see the way it gets added. So I'll click here, and I'll click on this rumbling from Attack on Titans. So this is a song, not an image. So we'll see the file type, and we'll see the size will be clearly different and a little bit larger. So as you can see, it has uploaded successfully, but we didn't see it show immediately, which is a feature that we added. I'm sure I added, but then let's see it. When we get the data, you see we destructure it. So when we destructure it, it doesn't become reactive. And when we pass it in that destructured format, it's not reactive. So we have to like pass like reactive, I'll say reactive declaration with it, but I decided to remove that completely and just pass it as normal. Count will be equals to data.count and files will be equals to data.files. And now this should work. So I'll save, go to the browser. As you can see, I've cleared my files. I don't have any file. So I'll just click on add this, open, uploading, upload successful, and just like that, it snapped right into there. Let me upload two more. Let me put this and this together. You see both of them get uploaded together. Bam, and two of them there. If I try and upload a file that's large like this one, they're gonna give me an error, assistant MB. I can upload that. Now let's add the functionality to edit the file name and delete the file. But first, we have this link button here that if we click on, it just take us to another window where this image is in. So if I click on this, same thing. So we have that there. Now let's add the edit file name and delete file button. For that, we'll be utilizing the dialog. So it's going to be dialogs right here, and this is going to be the installation. So we'll copy those. We'll copy that command. Open our terminal. Go to the place we're installing things. That'll be pnpm dlx. I want to add the dialog. Proceed, yes. Now it's installing the dialog. Now we can start working for it with just hope that it doesn't fail because of sometimes they do fail. But let's just keep on building. What else can we do? We're going to create a new folder in our libs folder inside the component. We'll call it. So we have these types inside this component. This type shouldn't be inside this component. So this type should be outside of this. But don't worry, by moving it won't cause any error because of Visual Studio Code would fix all the relative parts to it. No issue. Well, I believe so. I hope so. From what I've seen, it does that. So let's see. But in this component, I will have a folder called modals. And in this modals, I will have this file name is going to be called rename modal the svelte. So say rename modal dot svelte like that. And in here we'll put the modal. So let's go back to svelte, chassis and svelte, get this code part, I just want to copy this part here, this one here, paste that there, and we also want to copy the yeah this one here as well at the top. I would want to remove this here. I want to remove this button trigger, this input, this label as well. I want to remove the label, the trigger. I will remove the trigger, and let's see. The label, make label a p tag. So just make this a p tag, and the second one would pop out. The class will pop out as well. Don't need your styling. Pop out all the classes. We add our own styles. Now this input would install it as well. So let's install the input as well. Go to the input. This is the command. And I'll come here, I'll pop npm dox add input. And as that is adding, let's keep on making some changes. Okay, in here I want to import the button here as well. For the header right here, the title, instead of having edit profile, we'll say edit file name, like that. And as far as the description, we don't need a description, just pop it out. Now in this container section, remove this, turn it to a form, like that. Let's make sure that our input is going to get installed. So say yes, and done, just like that. That's been installed. This should stop showing error now. Yes, now we have this. And yeah, what else should we do? Oh, okay, since we are going to be using form actions, as I said in the beginning of this video, we're going to have to pass some things to this form. First of which is going to be a method telling it there's going to be a post, so capital letter post, like that. Second one will be action. This action, I'm going to direct it to where we want this form action to exist. We'll say slash dashboard slash, and this is going to be like parameter because of the name action. So say something like a query parameter. We'll just say question mark and then slash, then the name of the action. It should be edit file name. That's what we're going to call it. Edit file name, like that. And we'll save that. Everything is looking nice. You just need to add a couple of more classes. So in the form, we'll say class of space dash y 4, and this div won't have any class, so we'll just get rid of this completely. But this p would have some classes. It's going to be py5. That's all. And as for this input, well, we're going to get rid of this id and this value, even the class as well. And all this input will have would be a name. Now the name is very important, so we'll say file name. How do I call it? File name, like so. I'll save this. And next is for me to go to the grid. So I'll say data grid. And in this data grid, what we want is when we click on this file name, right? When we click on this file name, we want to open that modal. And since the rename file name component is in no way related to this data grid, like we can't really pass props through this from this to the child, or from the child to the parents in any format. Yeah, all we can do is use stores. So let's check out how we use stores. We're going to create a new folder and we'll call it stores. And in this stores folder is where we'll keep all our stores. So the first store that we are going to create is going to be the modal store. So in here we'll just say file, I'll say modal store.ts, like that. Now we're going to create a writable store, but it's going to be a custom store. And let me just make a disclaimer here. I'm going to be showing you how to create a pretty overkill kind of store because of for our use case. We don't actually need this amount of complexity that I'm about to bring into this video. But number one, it's not that complex, even still. But number two, I just decided that it would be best to show you how to create your own custom stores. So then you can take that knowledge and build even more advanced things with them. So instead of just creating a very simple writable store and then exporting it and using it, I decided to create a full custom store so I can teach you how to actually leverage the power that stores give you. So I will now export const, begin typing modal store will be equals to, and this would take in a modal state which is going to be a boolean, like so. And right here we'll get we'll create a writable store. So we'll say writable from svelte/store, and it's going to be of modal states that we pass into the function. And here we can structure a couple of things from here. We can get the set, we can get the subscribe, and we can get the update from here. Now I can have functions that custom functions that actually do a lot of these things for me. So all I have to do is just call them. I don't have to be doing it in every instance of the store. So right here I'll say set true, and all this will do is set the store to true. Right, as I said, might seem a bit overkill, but when you know this now, you already understand how Svelte works and how stores work, and you can use this to actually fix some other complex use case. But for this use case, it's a bit overkill, but still, I decided to show you because of it's better to show you than to not show you. So we'll just say set and true. That means we'll set whatever this is to true. Whether it was false, we'll set it to true. And we'll create another function. We just this time we're going to be doing the opposite, so to be set false. And this will be set false. All we really have to do is just to call these functions. You don't have to know anything concerning what they are doing. All we just have to do is call them, and that's the beauty that I'm trying to show you. And for the toggle, we can have a toggle. We can say um, toggle modal, like that. And the toggle will use an update, like so. It's going to take in the modal state and it's just going to toggle it like that. Sorry. Copilot is confusing me seriously. I didn't even know what I was writing at the point. But yeah, that's that. It's going to take the modal stone and it's just going to toggle it there. But because of the way Svelte reactivity works, we're going to have to make this be modal state would be equals to, exactly. We have to assign it to the opposite of modal state. And this is showing some errors here. Let me just check that out. The reason why it's showing error because we have this extra bracket here. So not to just remove the error, we just put this one right here and it should go away. Now the reason why all these are showing red lines because we are not using them. We are declaring them but we are not using them. We'll use them by just returning it. And we'll do this one like so. So we return set true, return set false, toggle model, and we return subscribe as well. Remember, we need to return the subscribe. That's how we'll be able to get the value of the store. And as of here, I can just say export const. Again, this is not the spell const. Const rename modal store. would be equals to modal store, and we'll pass in a default value of false like this. So now I can take this rename modal store, go to that rename modal the svelte, come right up here in the dialog.root tag. We can have this open, then open would be of this rename modal store which we can import, and we have to put a dollar sign in front of it because it's a store. So we have to put the dollar sign in front of it. Then we have to say um, on open change. Then for the on open change, it will be the rename modal store dot set false, like that, just like that. We have this modal store working the way we want it to work. Now, in order to activate it, we need to go back to our data grid, and we'll put this in a button. We'll put this file name in a button because we want it to be clickable. So say, and we just the use this Shad-cn Svelte button. File name. I'm gonna get rid of this one that I have here already. Like so. I'll say this will be a variant of link. And I'll have an on click that pretty much does this, which is the rename modal store dot set true, like that. I can control K and then S to save all of my files, and I can test this out now. But if you've been following along carefully, you'll realize that this won't work right now, because if I click on this file name, you see nothing opens, and that is because of even if we've connected all of them, we are not actually rendering the model. So I can come at anywhere in my application to render the model as far as it's going to be related to this page, but I'll render it here. So I'll say rename model, like so. This isn't showing me my auto imports. Okay, there it is, like that, and it has been imported from here. I can save this, and now I can test this. If I click here, it still doesn't open. Okay, now it opens. Sorry. Click here, it opens. Click here, it opens. Click here, it opens. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay, now let's talk about the form action, because of now this won't actually do anything, right? So let's test it. Let's go back to the rename modal. As you can see, we have an input here. And when we click on this button, it's supposed to save it. I'll take this inside this form because this has a type of submit, and for this to activate this form, it has to be inside the form. So I'll take this dialog footer and put it inside the form. Let the form wrap everything. I'll come here, I'll click on this, I'll write anything, I'll click on save changes. It refreshes the page, but it doesn't do anything. Nothing's going to happen. It's not going to change the title. In order to add that functionality, I'm going to have to create a form action. And as I said, we'll create form actions in the plus page.server.cs file in there. That's how we'll create them. So I'll say kit action. Yes, my cool emits. And in here, we're going to have the named action. So the name of the action that we had there was called, if you remember, it was, I believe, edit file name, but we can check it out before we continue. It was called edit file name. So it has to be that exact name. So I'll say edit file name like that. And I'll say sync. I'm about to turn off this copilot. It keeps on popping things out that doesn't concern me. But it's actually very nice. But let's continue. And right here with the structure, the request, And from this request, we can do this const. Say data would be equals to await requests dot json, like so. Now with this, we can actually get all of the inputs, all of the values of the inputs. I mean, so now what I can do is say const file name would be equals to data dot get, and then what name did we give to that input? If you remember, I told you that the name is important, but we gave file name. So I can come there, put file name in a string like that, and now I can console log that. I'll go to my rename modal. One last now I want to do here is add a svelte action called enhance. So svelte action are different from form actions. So I will say use and then column enhance, and enhance is going to be given to us by app slash form, just like that. Now what this enhance is going to do is going to enhance this form, and it's going to add a couple of cool stuff. Now when we click on the button, it won't reload, but it will still work without JavaScript and some cool things like that. But now let's check it out. But first, I'll open the server so we can see where that will be logged in, because of the form actions don't work on the browser, they only work on the server. So now it says post method not allowed, no action exists for this page, and that was that reason. I'll remove that and I'll refresh. I'll save this as well. Control key and save every other file there. Open the server back. And now I'll divide my screen. You can see my server. If I come here, I say this is my name. Something that you can clearly see. And if I click on save changes, and yeah, behind a little bit of error. No number after minus sign in JSON at position 1. Okay, so we had an error. We had an error. And let's see why. So if I go back to my rename modal right here, this is simply a button that submits. Exactly. So the error is not from here. The error is going to be from the server. And so the error is from here. I said request.json instead of request.form form data, not JSON. Sorry. Refresh the page. Now let's try it one more time. Open the server like this. Now say lawal, just like that. Say changes. An error occurred again, and this time it occurred because of we didn't save the file. So let's save the file. This time let's pray that we don't forget anything. So let's run this one more time. Open the server and pop my name right there. We should log out lawal. So save changes, and you can see lawal right here. It logs out, it works. I can write rubbish, and bam, it logs out as well. So now we know that this is running this function here. It's running this action, and that's what we want. That's the most important thing now. Now we can actually edit the file name. So the functions to edit the file name will keep them in a different folder. So these functions, I don't want them to be exposed to the client, because of they are um supposed to run on the form actions and form actions alone. It's not like it's going to be dangerous for them to be on the client. I don't think it's going to be any dangerous, but it just makes sense that since we are using them on the server, it doesn't. There's no need to expose them to the browser anymore, since we are doing it already in a secure manner. Why are we having the function kept in somewhere that can be exposed to the browser? So in order to do that, we can keep them inside this server folder, as I said before, for this Firebase admin file. I kept in the server because I want to avoid it being exposed to the browser. I can keep those ones here as well. But there's another way you can do it in SvelteKit, which is if you don't want to put it in the folder, you can just name the file anything, but it will end with .server.ts or .server.js. So if the file has .server, then it's going to run only on the server. So where I can do that in this form, I can just create a new folder in the libs called mutations. And in these mutations, I'll create two folders here. The first one will be edit file name dot server dot ts, like that. So in this edit file name dot server dot ts is where I would write our code to mutate the name of the file on the database. So I'll have a sync function here, like that, and the name will be edit file name. And it's going to take two parameters. The first one being the ID of the file that I want to mutate. The second one being the new file name. So I'll just say new name, like that. Now in here, I want to make sure that these things have something in them. I don't want them to edit with an empty string. So I'll say if, first of all, I'll check if the ID exists. I'll say if ID is equals to just empty string, like that. We'll throw a new error. So I'll say throw new error, file ID is required. But I won't say file ID because that doesn't make any sense. I'll just say no file selected, so the user will understand better. And I'll check for the file name. So I'll say if new name is empty, I'll say no new name provided. Again, I don't like that name. I just say name cannot be empty, like that. If both of these pass, then we'll continue. I'll say const docref would be equals to doc. The first things will be here the db, so we'll import the db. I also have to import doc from Firebase file store. And remember, the collection name is files, and the file that we're looking for has the ID that would pass to here. So we'll be able to get the ID and we'll pass it here and we'll get the reference to that document. And now I can say await update. That'll be update doc, I mean, not update doc. So remove this import that I added here. The first thing will be the document ref, and the second thing will be the um document that we want to edit. So we have file name is equals to new file name, like that. And after all that, we can export this. Default edit file name, like this. And I'll save this and I'll go back to my form action. And now I'll remove this. And we've gotten the file name, we also want to get the ID as well. So we'll get the ID as well. After we've gotten the ID, I'll open my try and catch block. And in this try, I'll have the edit file name function. And in here, we'll pass the ID and the file name. And since this is asynchronous, we'll just await it. And if it was successful, well, we'll return. We'll say edit file name success, and then I'll pass the message here saying file name was updated successfully, just like that. And if there was an error in the cache, go down to the cache and I'll say const error message will be equals to error dot message, but we need to add typing to this unless TypeScript will keep on yelling at us. So say error as error, just cast it to the error interface. That way we get the error message. And one thing, good thing we can do here is you can return fail. Just return fail, and I'll tell you why we're doing this very soon. So the first thing when we're returning fail is the status code. So we'll say 422. The second one would be the error message. So I'll just say edit file name error will be the error message. And yeah, I misspelled name here. So I'll say NAME like so. And yeah, you can see ID is saying that there's a possibility that this could be null, which is true. There is a possibility that this could be null. So we'll just cast this as string. So say as string, and for the file name as well, we'll say as string as well. Even if we're doing check-ins here, that we're checking, making sure that it's not empty, we still have to cast it here. Now this field is going to be imported from SvelteKit, so we'll just import it that like this. Now we have done the edit file name completely. And when we click on that, let me just save this. Make sure I save everything. So Control K and then S. I'll go to my browser and I'll try to edit one of these files name. So I'll say new name and I'll click on save changes. And so we didn't get any form of feedback or anything like that. That's because we've not added those yet. But if I S refresh to see if it worked, and it didn't work. The reason why it didn't work is because of we need to pass the ID as well. So we don't yet know which file we want to edit. We are clicking here, we are opening here, yes, but we don't actually know which file we want to edit. So we need to pass the ID of the file that we want to edit, or of the document that we want to edit. Sorry. So I'll go back to the rename models folder. I mean the rename models components. Yeah, we have this input for the file name. We also have another input. This time it's going to be a normal input, and it's going to be a type of text, no problem. But I have a name of ID. Sorry, I'm going to make this hidden because I don't want to be seeing this. I don't want the user to see this. And yeah, we'll just secretly pass the ID. Yeah. So how do we get um the ID? Well, we can pass the ID into the rename modal store, and then we'll be able to just get the ID from here and pop it in here. But I want to teach you how to create a normal store. So I told you how to create a what do you call it? A where's our source folder? I told you how to create a custom store. Now I'll teach you how to create a normal store and show you how ridiculously easy it is to create a store in Svelte. So right here I'll say ID store. Right? That's Svelte. I'll pretty much just say export const const ID store writable would be empty here. And this is going to be a type. Cap lock is on. String like so. I would have to import writable from Svelte kit. No, from Svelte, I mean Svelte stores. And just like that, we've created a store in Svelte that we can use anywhere in our application. Just like that, as easy as that. Doesn't get easier than that, I'm telling you. So now I can get okay, but I'm getting this, and I'm getting an error. It says string was left open. Oh, the reason for that is because what the I named this ID store dot Svelte instead of dot ts. Mind me. So ts like that, and this doesn't need script tags. Just like this. This is what we need, right? I can copy this and I can go back to my data grid, right? So as we click on this to open the where is it? Yeah, we click on it to open the modal. You can also be adding the ID to it. So I can just put in a function like this. Now I'll have to call this. Let me put this in lines the multiple lines so you can see them properly. So I can say ID store, import that from ID store dot set ID, and I can come here and I can structure the ID from here, just like that. I will get the ID, and now the ID will be in this ID store, and I can go back to my rename modal. I can see the value will be equals to the ID store, import that, and I'll put dollar sign in front of it to subscribe to it. Control K and S to save everything. And now let's test it one more time. But before we test it, let's add all the functionality, right? So that we can have this one grand finale for the edit files functionality. Let's add loading states to the button. So when we click on save changes, it shows the loading spin, and while the promise has not yet resolved. So I can say let loading is equals to false, like that. And with this use enhance, I can just add a callback function to this use enhance to be able to add some more functionalities to my application. And now I can say loading is equals to be true. So once we start the process, I'll see loading will be true. Okay, so I'm already having some issues here. I'll remove this so that in the future I don't forget that that's an error. So now loading will be true, and then I'll return a sync. I'll return this asynchronous function where I can set loading to be false, but this won't actually work properly because of I have to bring in this um, update function and run this update function. So I can see I'll wait updates. Now what this will do is just run the form as normal. So once the form starts, once the form action process starts, loading will become true, and then what we're saying here is run the form as normal, and when the form has been updated, when it has completed, whether successfully or not, loading should be equals to false back. So yeah, I'm seeing some errors. So I'm trying to check out what that is. But there are no errors. It's just having. So all right, it's gone. It's gone. It was just having a little movement there. But it's gone now. Now this easily. That's how we create loading states in our applications in SvelteKit using form actions. Easy. I can come to my button here, and now I can say I can use my if block here. So I'll say if loading. What is this popping up? If hashtag if like this. So I'll say loading. Then I want to put this loader 2 from that will be from Lucid Svelte, like that. I can add some classes here. I'll say class animate spin, animate, yeah, like that. But if it's not loading, so say else. God damn, Copilot. So if it's not loading, I'll just say save changes, like that. And this should work exactly the way I want it to work. I'll just save that. And now for the feedbacks. So if you go back to our form action, so if I go to where is it? Right here. You see that we are sending in feedback. So If it was successfully edited, we'll say edit file name success, and then we'll pass the message. And if there was an error, we'll just pass the error message, and the error message is gotten from this error, and it's going to be gotten from this time anytime we throw an error here. So you can see we throw new error, no file selected, we throw another error, name cannot be empty, and the update docs from fire store will also throw errors, like if the user is offline or something like that, and we'll catch all those thrown error here, and we'll put them in this error file name error, edit file name error. I mean, so go back to our rename modal. We want to add those feedback so we can show them. So when you use the toast notification package, I'll say if dollar sign page, and we'll have page imported first. Before I put the dollar sign in front of it, I'll say dot now form dot. Now this is how we get um the either edit file name successful or edit file name error status. I'll say edit file name success, something like this. I'll just say tab. I will make rename modal store to be false, so I want to close the modal when it's successful. I also want to show the user the feedback, so I'll say toast like that. So I'll say toast dot success would be, I'll just copy this whole thing because that's where the message is going to be, like that. And you have to make this reactive because of right now it won't actually work the way we want it to work, so we have to put it in a reactive declaration. So I put dollar sign, and I'll pop this if statement here. So it's going to be, I mean, a reactive statement, not a reactive declaration, a reactive statement like this. Yeah, we'll do the same thing for the errors as well. So we'll just copy that and we'll paste it right here. And I'll say edit edit file name error. But for the error, I don't want to close the modal. But this is going to be error, not success. Like this. Now, let's check this out. Okay, all right. Let's go. Click on the download button and say this is the new name. This is the new name, like that. I click on save changes. It's still loading. Bam, you see file name updated successfully. I can see that it has been changed to this is the new name, just like that. So now what I want you guys to do is to try to implement this delete functionality using SvelteKit form actions as well, because of this is not only about you just watching me do it or you just following along. It's about you learning as well. So what I want you to do is go to the Firebase documentation, read about the delete, how to delete a document, how to delete a file from storage as well, and then go to the SvelteKit documentation and then read about the form actions as well, and then try to implement the delete functionality by yourself. I promise you, it's super easy. It's not going to take you 5 minutes by the time you know what you are doing. Very simple, and I believe apart from that, that's all that is we have in this app, and that's it. That's everything. That's the end. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really do appreciate you. If you have any questions, the comment sections are open. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have concerning Svelte, concerning SvelteKit, concerning Firebase, concerning JavaScript, concerning web development in general. I'm really, really happy that you were able to stay up to this time. You're able to make it to the end. I'm really proud of you. And yeah, I'll see you in the next one. And stay happy, stay smiling. Thank you.